When The Fifth Element premiered in 1997, it was hailed for its dazzling vision of the 23rd century. Behemoth spaceships, fire-spewing planets, eye-catching accessories. This future was cool. But what many people do not know is that the magnificent look of The Fifth Element was inspired by two extraordinary French comic book artists years before the movie was ever made. Paris, France, one of the most culturally refined cities in the world, renowned for its architecture, its art, its food, and its comic books. As this store in Paris shows, the French have a passion for their comics, which they call bande dessinée. And within the world of bande dessinée, there are two undisputed masters, Jean-Claude Mézières and Jean Giraud, otherwise known as Moebius. Although The Fifth Element was their first film collaboration, the lifelong friendship of Mézières and Moebius goes back to 1952, when they first met as art students.
I had the same class with another fellow who was a very good artist, and his name was Jean Giraud.
We became fairly inseparable very quickly. He was always at my house, and I was always at his. I was very well treated by his family, and my family liked him a lot too. And we really became like brothers.
Throughout their school years, the two best friends worked together, critiqued each other, and inspired each other.
We started to critique each other's work, mutually, with the maximum severity, but with love, by solidarity.
It's been 50 years, I know this fellow, 50 years to be the school friend of Wolfgang Amadeus Moebius. It's pretty tough, I tell you.
After they finished school in 1955, Mézières departed for America to pursue a lifelong dream.
All I wanted to do was to be a cowboy. I had a visa for a year, and I stayed a year and a half. I started working on a ranch in Montana where I did all the dirty job, really shitty job, driving posts, tightening fences, baling hay, stacking hay.
Although it was Mézières who worked as a cowboy, Moebius created a hugely successful comic book about one. In 1963, he created Blueberry, The Adventures of a Lone Cowboy. The book was an instant hit throughout France.
It was obvious that the enthusiasm of the public and the way that they received Blueberry was very strong and very fast. So I had this assurance when I worked, and that really enabled me to give Blueberry the absolute best of myself.
Monsieur Bon, la main droite, bien à plat sur le pommeau. Oh, Marshall, on n'en parle plus.
Upon his return to France, Mézières launched his own successful series, named Valérian.
Varian is a space-time agent, and his job is to work for the government of Galaxy City and to make sure that nobody manipulates the events of the future.
Laureline, voici Galaxy City. Tiens, quel étrange brouillard.
C'est ça, Galaxy City?
Today, Mézières and Moebius continue to work on Valérian and Blueberry, although both series are more than 25 years old. But Moebius is also known for other major work. And since the 1970s, he has developed another extraordinary style of drawing that is uniquely his own. And in 1972, Moebius also founded, with some fellow artists, the most influential comic book of all time, Metal Hurlant, or Heavy Metal.
La revue qu'on a fondée.
The magazine we founded, which was called Heavy Metal, immediately had repercussions all over the world, particularly in the United States.
Meanwhile, somewhere in Paris, the works of these two comic book geniuses were being devoured by a certain French boy who dreamed of making movies.
Et parmi tous ces lecteurs, il y avait Luc Besson.
So, among all of our readers was Luc Besson, who had lived this comic book revolution with a passion, an enthusiasm, with a thirst and a satisfaction and a faith that was absolutely total.
Enfin, une foi absolument totale.
So, fast forward almost 20 years. Their adolescent fan has now become a major movie director. Mobius and Mézières are both at work in their studios, and they get a phone call.
Luc called me and said, I've been a reader of your stories for many years because he was a young reader, you know, and I think that some American science fiction movies have taken a good look at your books. And I said yes. And he said, I want to hire you and pay you to work for me on a new project. I said, well, okay, let's talk about that.
Quand j'ai été contacté par Luc pour travailler
When
sur
I was
son-
contacted by Luke to work on The Fifth Element, I wasn't at all surprised. I was happy, of course, but for me, it was completely logical.
Pour moi, il y a
And
une
then,
logique.
when I heard that Jean-Claude was on board as well, I thought, this makes sense. Luc Besson is about to put all of his teenage readings into his next movie.
En film,
In January of 1992, the director, Mobius, Mézières, and a group of young artists met at this warehouse in Paris to begin visualizing the world of the film, or Zaltman Bleros, as it was called at that time. In the story, Zaltman, like Corbin Dallas, lived in a futuristic New York City. He worked in a jet factory, confronted unusual aliens, and traveled to distant planets in fantastical spacecraft. Being the resident stars meant that Mézières and Mobius were allowed to develop a working style of their own.
il y avait une...
My role is always a little ambiguous because I'm hired as a production designer, but that's not really what I'm good at or what I do. Where I'm really the strongest is in stepping outside of the rules and the guidelines and really just entering into my own artistic dream state. And my position as a star sort of allows me that privilege.
Vedette me donnait ce privilège.
For his part, Mézières was most excited about envisioning Zaltman's futuristic New York City.
What was interesting was to imagine that instead of having a glass and iron city, you know, always very, very cold, I wanted New York very warm, that people live an everyday life. So it would be an everyday life with lots of people working, going to work and back and forth.
For his most recent edition of Valerian, Mézières had created some flying taxis.
I put a little flying taxi in Besson's sets, you know, and look at the taxis and says, "Wow, it's funny. Can you draw a bigger size taxi and a police car?" I said, "Yes, of course."
The work of Mobius and Mézières inspired the younger designers, like Patrice Garcia, to go beyond anything they had ever imagined before.
To work with Mézières and Mobius was a great honor and a lot of fun. For the young artists on the team to have these two big stars with us was very motivating. It was a catalyst for great work.
Like The Fifth Element, the story for Zaltman Bleros did feature the Mondo Shawans and the Mangalores. But it took several months of exploration for the Mondos to evolve into the magnificent creatures we see today in the film.
The Mangalores were also complicated and difficult to find, but it was Camille Cassit who had done her own design and put it on the wall. Just a painting that was her own vision, very personal. And then, when Luke saw it, he said, "Bingo, we found it. There's no need to look anymore, because that's exactly what we're going to do for that character."
C'est même plus la peine de proposer autre chose derrière, on sait que c'est ça.
Taking over the ship.
5 years before it appeared on screen, Lost in Paradise was also explored by the team of artists.
Lost in Paradise, c'était une espèce, la vision qu'en donnait.
Lost in Paradise was an unusual kind of boat, which was an enormous vacation center. It was absolutely colossal. It needed to be kind of strange, but also functional. It was also something that should look at home in the water, or above the water, or even in space.
Ou dans l'espace.
As this early pencil sketch reveals, it was Mobius who discovered the final shape for the massive palace.
Outer temperature is currently 85 degrees Fahrenheit.
For Floston's interior, the director was inspired by a previous work of Mézières.
And Luke said, you know, I love that flying casino you did. Especially this big room with the big bays where you can see the sky and the planets. And can you draw something for me like that for Lost in Paradise? It's almost the only time Luke asked me to do something on his ideas. But as his ideas was my former drawing, it was okay, you know.
But perhaps more than any other single image in the movie, the director wanted the enigmatic diva to be absolutely captivating. And so, each of the artists developed their own vision for the diva. It was ultimately Garcia's celestial singer that the entire team loved the most. For more than a year, the 10 artists worked every day, imagining, creating, and discovering the universe of Zaltman Bleros.
Ce qui était extraordinaire, c'était la générosité.
What was incredible was the generosity of the designers. They did things that were really extraordinary. Designs that were complex. Costumes. At a certain point, you had to ask yourself, why make a movie? It was all there in the drawings.
But in the winter of 1993, design for Zaltman Bleros stopped. The French producer had been unable to find an American co-producer.
And we soon learned that Luke is going to New York to work on a new movie, The Professional.
The Professional, or Leon as it is called outside the United States, was an enormous international hit, and just the success that the director needed to get Zaltman Bleros, now renamed The Fifth Element, into production again.
Alors, en faisant Léon, il a montré aux Américains.
In making Leon, Luke proved to the Americans that he was capable of making a great film.
Très spectaculaire et très agréable.
The artwork left the Paris warehouse and was shipped to London's Pinewood Studios, where it would inspire the Fifth Element's production design team. These set tests, filmed before shooting began for The Fifth Element, reveal just how closely production designer Dan Weil followed the aesthetic established by the artists in France.
To me, what's the fun and the pride of the Fifth Element is that Luc wanted all the people from the set decoration, to be absolutely faithful to the drawing he's chosen. For example, the subway going down, it's something that I just drew. And of course, we see in the movie that it's fantastic.
After their year collaborating at the warehouse, Mobius and Mézières went back to work on Blueberry and Valerian. Then, 6 months after The Fifth Element opened, Mézières realized that they still hadn't seen the movie together.
I said to Jean, hey, have you seen the movie? No, I don't know. I said, okay, come on, let's go. There's a movie theater next to my place. We go and see it. I said, okay, I'll meet you at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and we go to see it.
We were so enthusiastic and happy, because it's true, the film is really great. It gave us a real sense of jubilation. And to see our work up there on the screen was incredible. To be with your best friend from school and to see your work in such a great film together was wonderful.
I said to my wife, we had a little camera, okay, take a portrait of us, in front of the big poster. And she grabbed the right moment.
And I think that photo just captures it all. A feeling of destiny, which united us in such a marvelous way for our success. So it was fantastic. This is Digital Domain, one of the world's leading visual effects houses. And in 1995, they took on the challenge of bringing the futuristic vision of the fifth element to life. They created the terrifying face of evil. They produced thrilling space battles. They gave Lilu life itself. They built the breathtakingly beautiful Lost in Paradise. But the heart and soul of Digital Domain's work on the fifth element has to be their spectacular creation of New York City.
Fifth Element was my first project as a visual effects supervisor. I started at Digital Domain and was assigned the project and flew to London to meet with Luke.
Once he met the director, visual effects supervisor Mark Stetson realized the best way to create a New York of the future was to build it in miniature. While the models were being built at Digital Domain, the actors were filmed against green screens at London's Pinewood Studios. One of the first scenes to be shot was Corbin Dallas's conversation with his Thai food delivery man.
Our department had built a full-size set piece for the Thai ship that was mounted on a motion base controlled by motion control.
And actress Mila Jovovich also had to respond to a city that wasn't really there.
An important example of why I'm on set during photography is to make sure that shots are framed in such a way as to allow for the completion of the work. One example is Lilu rounding the corner of the building just after she's escaped from the reconstruction lab and she's seen New York for the first time. We had to be very careful where the camera was placed for that shot to allow for the inclusion of the view down the avenue to infinity on the side of frame where she wasn't.
The ledge provided a perfect setup for Lilu's legendary leap. Mila Jovovich performed the very first part of the fall herself. But a stunt woman was brought in to perform the iconic overhead shot.
Well, I think Luke's idea was that when Lilu jumps, that time slows down. It's this sort of magical moment.
To set up a shot like that, we had the airbag actually in a pit in the floor of the stage, and the green screen stretched over the top of the airbag. We had a camera mounted to a rafter of the stage, using as much height as we could.
And that I happened to be the operator that was on the camera that was shooting the master shot, the down shot. And she made that jump, and after a certain point in the fall, she turns over so she lands on her back.
Everybody at the exact moment of impact all let go of the green screen so that it would collapse into the airbag and safely let her fall and absorb the shock.
The look on her face was ecstatic because she knew she'd nailed it. And I knew from looking through the camera that she'd nailed it.
But unlike the stunt girl, Lilu just keeps on falling.
The shot of Lilu speeding past camera after she's leapt from the ledge was done using a fast camera dolly track with a descender rig to pull the camera back from her as fast as possible, pulling back between her legs to simulate her speeding through space. But in fact, once we tried to cut that in, we realized that her action was too dead to justify that moment in the film. So we sneaked in a little digital Lilu for that moment as a replacement for that which had been photographed.
Corbin's cab interiors were also shot at Pinewood, and Lilu's crash through the taxi's roof led to the roller coaster-like cab chase. To shoot this scene, special effects director Nikki Alder had mounted a full-size taxi on a massive whirling gimbal. Mila Jovovich and Bruce Willis were in for the ride of their lives. For those people unfamiliar with New York cab rides, this isn't too far from the truth. For the cab exteriors, Stetson's team built 4-foot-long models, which were filmed with motion control cameras. By the time the visual effects team returned to Digital Domain, miniature effects supervisor Niels Nielsen was ready and waiting with an awe-inspiring miniature of New York City.
After all our studying and researching and working through the previses, we eventually arrived at the fact that we needed a New York on this stage, 70 feet deep and 40 feet wide. It was 9 months, 60 people, sometimes 6 days a week. A lot of work.
You sometimes have to say the word miniature with a little smirk on your face when you know that you're filling an 80-foot stage completely with model buildings.
22 feet was an average for the size of the building, some were shorter, some were taller.
The filmmakers knew that for New York to be instantly recognizable, it would have to retain its most representative architecture.
Mark basically said that he wanted it to look like it was New York. And to do New York, really, you're talking 30s, 40s building.
We had a crew of about maybe 8 painters who essentially worked continuously, get that sense of reality, get beyond the curse of something that looks like it was just completed in a model shop and get it to that point of believability, which is, it's a big step.
But believable it was. And when Stetson's team started to see the finished shots of New York, they almost couldn't believe that these buildings were miniatures.
There's a certain sort of gleeful anticipation to seeing shots composited after you've been generating elements for them for over a year sometimes. It was like Christmas to see those shots go up on the screen.
But compositing the Thai ship presented some challenges.
Luke was very skeptical that we would be able to see the ship sailing off downstream into the traffic stream as it left the window and wanted us just to have it sail straight across camera.
But Stetson convinced the director that by decreasing the size of the ship as it turned, the desired effect could be achieved.
It took him several iterations of comp to demonstrate that the shot would actually finish better sailing downstream than straight out from the window.
Corbin and Lilu were also transported from the Pinewood soundstage to Digital Domain's Manhattan. The compositors came up with some cool tricks to make the New York exteriors look totally realistic.
We used tricks like depth of field to make the background look like it's out of focus. We use tricks like overexposure to look like we're exposing for the characters inside the car, so we make the exposure of the background higher to look like it was just blowing out. Tricks like that really sell the photography or make it look to the viewer like it's a real shot.
Even the New York cops got to move into Digital Domain's miniature city.
Whoa.
After months in London and almost a year in Los Angeles, it was wonderful for the visual effects team to see all the New York shots come together.
Models are always fun to look back to. You always have a sense of pride about a project as large as this that you've done. And the models are really beautiful for this film. It was really fun. Some of the designs are really quirky, and that almost adds to their charm, which is great. It's wonderful.
Hold on.
Being a hero in the 23rd century is challenging. You have to be good with guns, drive flying cars, battle vicious aliens, fly spaceships, and through it all, keep a good sense of humor.
Are you classified as human?
Negative. I am a meat popsicle.
For Bruce Willis, this was a challenge worth facing.
Anybody else want to negotiate?
People in the media try to identify me and say, well, he's this kind of actor, or he's a superstar, or whatever label they want to put on me. I'm still learning how to act, and I learn things about acting from every film that I do, and so, you know, it would be very easy for me, and also very boring for me to just do action movies all the time, and I am tired of it. So I try to find other things to challenge myself with, and I like to do films that I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to succeed in. So there's always that risk of failure.
But along with risks come rewards.
It is a blast. I mean, and it's one of the reasons that I still enjoy acting is because it's each time it's a new thing, and it's a new challenge, and you get to wear new clothes, and you get to walk in a different time and walk a different way, and that's the thing I think that keeps it interesting for me.
But new challenges were not by themselves enough to attract Bruce Willis to The Fifth Element.
It's my first criteria is working with someone who I think is a good storyteller, which really all good directors are. You know, that which goes back to caveman days. In cave times, there was one guy who was the guy who said, "Today we killed this big mastodon, and here's how we did it," and he made it very exciting, and he was a good storyteller. And now today we call them directors.
And for the director of The Fifth Element, one of the major challenges would be how to portray the future.
It would be very easy to get lost in the 23rd century. One of the interesting things that I think Luke was able to do is to create a marriage between a visual style of the 23rd century and yet a very 20th century point of view of an attitude that has still carried through for 300 years, and that is life is still a drag a lot of times, you know.
Bruce also discovered that on this film, the director would be operating the camera as well.
It's actually a much more immediate sense of an immediate style of acting. Most of the time, you've got to do a take, stop, turn the camera off, get out of in this case, the flying cab, go and talk to the guy and say, "How was that? Is that what you wanted?" And with Luke there, a lot of times we just kept the camera rolling, and I said, well, he says, good, do that, but now do this. And so it's a much more immediate sense of working in a much more organic way of trying new things.
By the end of The Fifth Element's shoot, Bruce had flexed his chops, not only in action, but also science fiction, drama, and comedy.
Woo! Made it!
Some films I do because I have some particular need to work out some acting problem or some acting thing, and sometimes I do films just because they seem like they'd be a lot of fun to do, and this film certainly was a lot of fun to do.
You're right, I shouldn't have done that. It was wrong to kiss you. Imagine that you're 19 years old. Suddenly, you're cast in a major motion picture to play a divine being who speaks an entirely unknown language,
Come on.
uses martial arts to battle evil creatures, saves the universe from total destruction, and shares a screen kiss with Bruce Willis. Wow. This is exactly what happened to Milla Jovovich. It all started in Los Angeles in 1994.
I was such a huge fan of Luke, and me and all my friends had gone to see La Femme Nikita, and so we would drive around late at night like screaming, "La Femme Nikita!" you know, out the car window to people and stuff, and it was like our movie. So when my agent called me and said that Luke is auditioning people for a new film, I was like, oh, I have to go. and I have to meet him. And so I went, and I got all dressed up and dolled up, and I went there, and I thought I was going to impress him so much, and then he never called me back. And like 4 months passed, and then I bumped into him accidentally at the Chateau Marmont Hotel, and I had no makeup on. I hadn't prepared, and he like saw me and was like, "Oh, actually, can you come back up, and I want to videotape you again."
And after finally getting her second chance, Mila still had to excel during a challenging and unusual audition.
He would put on like some crappy MTV video and be like, "Okay, dance," but like you've never danced before. This is the first time you've danced, you know? So it would be like, how do you react to things as if you've never seen them, like from an alien's point of view, or laugh without expression or something. So, you know, he sat with me for like 2 hours going, ha, 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 you know, like doing just weird, crazy, just like if anybody would have seen through a peephole, they would have just thought we were like the craziest people in the world at that point. And we were.
Mila had impressed the director in her audition, but she now had to pass the next test.
I was brought in for the screen test to London, and I remember being so nervous. And Luke met me for breakfast in the lobby of the hotel where we were. And, you know, it was just like, focus, and you're gonna be great. And I just want you to not be scared. And I want you to not think about yourself. He says, just forget yourself. You know, let me handle everything. Let me, you know, he took control of the situation. You know, he's a very strong man, and he knows how to comfort people and make them feel comfortable. I think that's why he's such an incredible director, because he really puts people at their ease and reminds people of what makes them really great.
The screen test was also a chance to experiment with the visual elements of Lilu's character.
You know, we had to find the look, obviously, and what looked right on camera. You know, I guess the black eye makeup was an idea for something in the beginning, but it never panned out. So we were just trying to see me in different looks, different hair colors. Like, he'd never filmed my face before, so it was more to see what lighting does on my face.
After the screen test was over, Mila didn't realize that the director and studio were deciding whether she would get this important role.
I was 19 at the time, so, you know, I wouldn't have known all of that background stuff. You know, all I knew was Luke called me one day and said, "Are you ready to go?" And I was like, yes! And that was it.
But landing the part was just the beginning of Mila's work.
8 months of rehearsal went into that movie, so it was quite a hectic schedule, and, you know, lots of preparation to bring those characters to life.
What's she saying?
A unique aspect of that preparation was that Mila had to learn a new language invented by the director specifically for Lilu.
Luke was writing the script since he was 16, so this was really a baby dream project for him. And so he'd been writing this crazy language since he was a teenager. So when I came to England, he pretty much gave me a dictionary of like 800 words that I had to memorize. And we started writing each other like letters in this language. So whenever I would lack vocabulary, I would just ask him, "Oh, how do I say this?" And he would think about it, and then the next day give me like a whole new set of words. So it was fun. We really communicated in this crazy language that he made up.
Menaloine, trakta satundi mondo chiwen metalakta liguna, ispeo bena krasma fero junda, deno ferji hamas metatrutki zid handla, tam sono doppia da dindo scala, nella dindo, ugela boom.
Boom, yeah. I understand boom.
Bada boom.
The language was based on pretty much every language in the world, kind of mixed together, and then some gibberish too, some of Luke's own imagination, but he would mix like words that are already in languages and, like, let's say mix a Hawaiian word and an Indian word together and make a whole new word, you know, but everything came from languages that are made already, so it had that realistic feel.
Besides the language, Mila also developed a unique physical quality for her character.
The physicality in general to that part was so important. The way she walks, the way she moves, her head, the way, you know, she looks at things, the way she picks something up. I mean, everything down to the tiniest details, because she's like this new creature that's never seen anything. So everything is new and everything is a discovery. So it was really trying to find those beautiful moments of like, how does she do things? Like, she wouldn't just pick up a coffee cup like this, you know, she would, you know, probably, you know, do one of, probably turn it over on her head, you know what I mean? Pour it as a hat first, which I'm not gonna do right now.
Even Lilu's hair color was important to her character.
The orange hair was something that, you know, definitely Luke had a vision for what he wanted her to look like. And he didn't know exactly from the beginning that it would be orange, but he had an idea that he wanted it to be maybe flame colored. And we went through like, oh, flame can be green, it could be blue, like, you know. And then he said mandarin. And I was like, what? He's like, no, it's gonna be really cool. I said, okay. We dyed the hair blonde first, and then mandarin, so that the mandarin would pop out. And it was incredible, and we bleached my eyebrows out, and I just looked crazy, like completely so cool and so crazy. And then about 2 months into the film, my hair started falling out. And just like in a week's time, I had like a, you know, big ball of hair about that big, and it was kind of awful. So, because, yeah, the hairdressers would just, they weren't doing it correctly. They weren't bleaching my roots correctly, touching them up, so they would overlap, and so my hair just burnt from constant touching up. So I was really upset, and so we had to make me a wig. So about halfway through the film, Lilu starts wearing a wig, which is okay, because at least we set her up with my real hair at the beginning of the movie.
The final touch was the costume, but the futuristic fashions created their own challenges.
That orange piece was like the weirdest thing. It took so much to get that to work, because every time I would bend down, the plastic would come out, so it had to be like sewn onto me every morning so that it would lay flat. Oh God, it was a nightmare. What we do to make these movies and to make it look so effortless, and like it takes so long to get all this stuff on and ready.
Mila worked hard to perfect Lilu's combat moves.
You know, once Luke had worked out what the actions were gonna be, he told my trainer, and we worked on those moves. And then we rehearsed with the guys, and then we rehearsed with the guys with their costumes on, which changes everything, because first you have a big guy, and then you have a big guy who gets like 5 times bigger once the headpiece is on and his arms are on.
Of course, even the most prepared actress can use a little help from some old-fashioned movie magic.
At that point, I'd only just started doing martial arts, so I couldn't kick really high. And so they had this leg that they just brought in, a leg to kick. And so I'd be standing there and I would go, "Urgh!" And the leg would come out, because there was like 2 guys standing on their knees with the leg ready. So when I would go, "Urgh!" they would go, "Whoop!" And so it was like a leg on a stick.
But even all of her hard work didn't prepare Mila for the thrill of working alongside an actor like Bruce Willis.
Bruce was amazing. It was really cool, really funny, really talented. I mean, especially, you know, it was my first time working with a big star like that. I mean, I'd worked with big stars before, but never like as my co-star, you know, and never like my leading man is like Bruce Willis, you know, so it was pretty scary, but he made me feel so good and so like comfortable, and he was very chill and very relaxed.
The experience of filming The Fifth Element had a lasting influence on Mila's work as an actress.
Well, Well, you know, I kind of think that my career as an actor before The Fifth Element was kind of superfluous to the rest of my life. I mean, I think The Fifth Element was really the first movie that I did that I took seriously, number one. And number two, was the first really amazing director I ever worked with was Luke. So, you know, I kind of look at Fifth Element like my first movie, even though it wasn't, but it was the first movie that meant anything to me as a person.
Human touch are strange.
What do you mean?
You can call me Ruby.
In what other role would an actor get to wear Gautier gowns, have his hair made to look like a unicorn's,
Unbelievable!
perform a pop song,
All night long, all night.
and fight aliens as an action hero? But for Chris Tucker, the most surprising thing about The Fifth Element was simply showing up on set.
We didn't know nothing about the movie, nothing about it. Even Bruce Willis didn't know till he got to London and he read the script. I read the script when I got to London, but it was right before we started filming, so we only took what Luc Besson told us, and we had to go by that. And it was kind of hard, but it was kind of fun in a way because kept me excited about what was going to happen.
And the surprises didn't stop there.
Right now I'm gonna jump off a 20-story building with no pads, because I don't like pads to slow down the jump. So, you know, they do it. It was surprising. Every day it was something different, and it was real fun. I'm glad he did it that way because, you know, you had to you get up in the morning, you know, you don't know what to expect. And it was a real good experience, and my part was a stretch for me because I never did anything like that before, and it was so far from me and what I do in America's stand-up comedy. You know, I do like reality jokes and stuff, and my movies that I usually do are reality, like based of America situations and stuff. It was nothing like that. But when I got there and Jean Paul Gaultier, I seen all his clothes that he wanted me to wear. I was like, oh, this ain't gonna be nothing like I ever done before.
Boy is fueled like fire.
'Cause I would never wear this stuff in the street.
So start melting, ladies, because the boy is hotter than hot.
So I was like, shit, this gonna be hard. And Jean Paul Gaultier was like, this is beautiful on you. You would love this. That. I was like, no, I do not like that. But I started wearing the stuff and I started getting into the character, and the costume helped me create that character a lot. So I thank Jean Paul Gaultier for that.
Beyond the amazing costumes, Chris also found inspiration for the unique character of Ruby Rhod in modern pop culture.
Well, I took a little bit from a lot of different people. I took something from Michael Jackson, something from Prince, and I sort of mixed them together and made that character.
I have a recording of a talented voice. I play the rest of the song after the concert.
Made it wild and funny and loud and, you know, arrogant, flamboyant, and all that stuff.
But this wild character also had to get along with his very real co-stars, such as Bruce Willis.
We was real cool. We was cool, like everyday people, and we talked on a set, and we just had fun, and that was it.
And his strong-willed director.
Luc Besson, he'll tell you exactly what he wanted. He didn't hold nothing back. So that's a good thing about him.
But Chris says he was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to get into character.
Well, last week I was abducted by a spaceship, and I went to Mars.
You should hold on.
Well, up there, they got clubs and restaurants and everything like that, but the cars really do fly in the air, like in Fifth Element in the movie. But I didn't really want to go. They took me in the spaceship, took me up, and I was like, where we going? They said, we're going to go to Mars, and then we're going to go to a party on Venus. I said, a party on Venus? They said some nice women's on Venus, so we went up there, and then they brought me back.
Ooh. Start licking this dance to the girlies, because this guy's going to have you riding home to mama.
End of transmission.
Okay, Ruby. See you tomorrow at 5.
really amazing.
Every alien in a movie presents a unique challenge to the team responsible for building it. But according to creature effects supervisor Nick Dudman, the enormous Mondo Shawans were particularly difficult to construct.
The Mondo Shawans were the single biggest problem we were going to have, primarily because of their size and what they had to do, and indeed what they looked like. They were rigid, metallic creatures.
Take the stones.
I chose Monique Brown, who'd worked with me before as a fabricator, who'd made bodysuits and costumes for people, to run the actual build. And it was nothing like she'd ever done before.
We didn't know if we could get a person in it, if they could perform in it. The fact that the design of the creature was elliptical, so it's quite difficult to get any movement because movement will lock up after a while.
We figured out what the inside, roughly what the inside structure should be, and then you mock it up.
Which we did out of foam, and then we got one of the tallest guys in our department to try and put him in the Mondo Shawan shape to find out if we actually could do it or not.
Bigger and heavier.
Bigger and heavier the better. And not such big strides, John, smaller strides.
It's absolutely amazing.
Come back, John.
You stand back and you think, what am I looking at? And you think, it's crap. First thing that occurred to us was that there was a minimum height for the donor person inside that would enable us to scale them up to what Luke wanted. And it was about 6'8", 6'9". I mean, it was big people. And then you say, well, we need 7 of them.
While a casting call went out for 7 6'9" actors, a structure for the enormous suit was developed. The final design called for the performer to wear a harness, which itself supported a large steel cage. The Mondo suit rested on the cage.
Because all the weight was on the cage, which the performer was in, he didn't have to take any of that weight. That weight all went down to his hips, and that's how they were able to support such an enormous structure. When the performers agreed to do it, they had no idea what they were going to go into. And some of the performers were like great about it, and others were like, I can't do this. And in fact, we did have to change some of the performers because they just couldn't do it.
While Monique Brown worked with the actors, Chris Barton was charged with creating the Mondo Shawan heads.
So, what we have here is the hero Mondo head. This is the one that did the most things. It's radio controlled, which means we can operate it from anywhere on the set. I'll just switch it on. As you can hear, it's noisy. So later on in post-production, they take the noises out and put in the noises they want. Anyway, this joystick here makes the head go up and down, or indeed left and right. And of course, you can do a combination of moves. This one operates the vents on the front for talking or breathing. It's worth noting that the performer, his head was right behind this, and there's no way he could see anything, which is why we needed the TV monitors and the cameras for the people to see out.
In 300 years, when evil returns, so shall we.
When the day of the shoot finally arrived, it was like organizing D-Day to get those performers into the Mondo suits.
Getting the guy inside into the suit required a sort of C-shaped platform, like a docking bay, that was about 2.5 feet high with steps, that my crew could stand on. And the guy would first get into the legs and the lower half and inside this sort of docking bay, and then the guys would lift the top over and onto the guy.
It was an absolute nightmare getting the guys in and out of the suits. So it took 3 people to dress one guy, and it took about 20 minutes to dress each guy.
And then we always connected the face piece, which is directly behind the head, last, so that they could walk on set with their faces exposed, and they could rehearse with their faces exposed so they knew where they were.
Once on set, the filming was extremely arduous.
For the performers, being inside the suits was very hot, very claustrophobic, and very tiring. They could only perform for a certain amount of time before I had to say, I'm sorry, we have to get the guys out of the suit.
You had to be able to make sure that you could give them water. They drank tons of water because they were sweating ridiculously, which then, of course, meant they wanted to go to the bathroom again.
The hardest Mondo sequence to film would be their arrival along the temple's colonnade.
And when we did the scene where they're all walking down the corridor, there's 6 people, all on walkie-talkies, going, left a bit, slow down, slow down.
Don't walk so fast. Vince, be careful. Clifton, you're veering slightly to the left.
Stop! All the time, it was bedlam.
And it actually was very dangerous. I did actually stop the shot at one point because somebody was veering off. Because, you know, you can't have them falling off. They'd have been in a lot of trouble if they'd have fallen off the set, yeah.
Fans of The Fifth Element remember the Mondo Shawans as among the most captivating aliens ever to appear on screen. So, after shooting wrapped at Pinewood, whatever happened to these wonderful creatures?
I got the word that the Mondo Shawans were going to be destroyed, and in fact, more than that, that the destruction process was going to be videotaped, so that there was video proof that these things had been destroyed. So I was understandably rather upset by this, and I went to Ian Smith and Patrice Ledieu, the executive producer, and said, look, please, you know, can't we keep them? And they said no. And I said, well, can I keep one? You know, it's your property, I'll never sell it, but can I just keep one? And Patrice said yes. So I've got a Mondo. And it was lovely because they were such beautiful objects when they were finished. It seemed a shame, and because we'd had such a nice time on the movie, you actually felt quite affectionate towards the damn things. But I'm glad that we've preserved one.
Time not important, only life important.
Bringing the evil Mangalores to life was the job of creature effects supervisor Nick Dudman.
The Mangalores were a completely different proposition to the Mondoshawan in that they were much more traditional, soft creature suits that people would wear.
Because of the Mangalores' unique physiology, the casting call for the actors who would play them was bizarrely specific.
We wanted people who were big, like bodybuilders, covered in muscle, really fit, very wide-shouldered, narrow-hipped, and they had to have small skulls and sloping foreheads. And the sloping forehead was very important because the design Luke had chosen, really did go straight back from the brows.
When the performers had been found, work could begin on the custom-fitted motorized skulls, which were covered with animatronic levers and wires.
Each head has a different number of little paddles and servos and controls and things, depending on what it has to do. The lead Mangalore, Aknot, was a complicated one. We gave him brow movement, we gave him 3 places, I think, on the lip, upper lip that moved, and the same on the lower lip, the jaw opened, anything we thought added character.
But because the Mangalore heads needed to be as small as possible, the team had to find another place to hide the servo motors operating the paddles. Key animatronic model designer Chris Barton found the perfect solution in the Mangalore's costume.
As a consequence, we were able to hide 12 motors down the centre of the back underneath the armour. So the armour became an intrinsic part of what made the creatures tick.
But it meant saying to Luke, look, these Mangalores would look really good if they each had a sort of battle backpack. And Luke said, yeah, great. So that gave us what we wanted.
The batteries went on the chest plate, with a little switch, which you can see. That's the on-off switch. It switches the creatures on and off between shots. We can just walk up, flick the switch, and walk away and conserve the batteries, which was quite convenient.
While Barton's team perfected the motorized skulls, another group crafted the soft skins to go over them. Dudman hired designer Gary Pollard to sculpt the heads. But when he started to work on them, Pollard had some concerns about the original Mangalore design.
Yeah, the initial brief was that all Mangalores should be identical. But the script did call for 2 distinct characters that I could see, which was an aging commander, Mangalore, and a younger lieutenant. So I persisted in drawing a difference facially between those 2 characters.
If Zorg really wants them, he'll have to negotiate.
Luke was very much against that at the beginning. When he saw a couple of different sculpts on a table, he actually said to me, we've got one design, why are there 2 sculpts? And I said, look, just bear with me. And then explained that if they were all identical, if you cut from one to another, you run the risk of thinking you're looking at the same creature, whereas they are meant to be different. And if you imbue a crowd of people, even if they're extras effectively, with different personality.
And for the grand finale, the all-new Ice Cube system.
It'll be much more vibrant, feel much more real. And he went with that.
Here we have 3 of the characters I created for the movie. The first one is perhaps more vicious looking than the others. He's got very sort of small, sharp teeth and very big, sort of sharp anvil jaw. And over here, a huge scar running right down through his eye, down the side of his face. This guy is quite chubby in his general sort of look. He's got no chin and small ears, which help him look kind of weak in character. Just he's all about physique. This guy was the runt of the pack, if you like, a small yappy dog. He's got several of his teeth missing from the front here. Little small downturned ears, so it looks like a bit like a Yorkshire Terrier. And a huge shelf of a brow there with just no division in it whatsoever, so it's just solid bone.
But putting the head on for a test fitting was anything but straightforward.
It's always a nice surprise when you finally get the skin on to see what indeed you are going to get. And in that respect, the Mangalores are very giving faces. Gary sculpted them very carefully and that they gave a lot back in terms of movement.
But when the work was almost complete, Dudman and his team grew concerned about the time that would be needed to apply the masks to all the actors on the set.
There were about 40 or 50 of these damn things. We had this awful problem of, okay, guys, they're masks, you pull them on, but you've got to glue them all down around the eyes because we're using the human eyes.
It would have taken an enormous amount of time to make up those individuals each time.
And so I just laughingly said to Luke on one occasion, I said, well, couldn't they just all wear sunglasses? And he said, well, why not? And so we went away and we made up these little sunglasses with red filters inside, and we called them battle goggles, which is the most ridiculous idea I've ever heard. But in fact, it worked because it just got us out. It meant the whole head with the goggles just slapped on somebody's head, and that was that.
I found it!
Before cameras rolled, Gary Pollard still had one more brilliant idea.
I wasn't satisfied with the Mangalore opening it such a big set of jaws, and we just having the back of the mouth just end where the performer inside is. So I developed a series of pieces to be installed into the Mangalores that disguised his lips and made it look like when he opens his mouth you can see right back into the throat. So it had true sort of depth, anatomical depth.
The team then explored the possible movements of the face to create a unique vocabulary of expressions for each Mangalore.
What would happen initially is my team would rehearse each head in the workshop. Although the performer inside the head is saying the dialogue and will be eventually dubbed.
Perfect. Take command back in it.
Back in it. Take command.
Go to the first thing and get the start.
The lip movement and facial movement for each character is actually being done by my crew, who are operating radio control transmitters.
And so, coordinating the movements of an entire platoon of Mangalores required a large team of puppeteers.
For instance, in the scene where Gary Oldman is showing the sort of mega gun off to the Mangalores, and it fires and they all scatter and they're all running.
And replay sends every following shot to the same location.
Behind the camera, all my guys are frantically pulling levers, putting surprised expressions into the various Mangalores' faces.
Rocket launcher. Very practical.
And watching the video monitors to see who's actually featuring at a given moment.
And for the grand finale, the all-new Ice Cube system.
But getting the actors inside the masks into character wasn't a problem.
As a group, there were a mixture of bodybuilders and nightclub bouncers and security guards. So, when into a group, the testosterone was flowing. And Luke very easily got them fired up for a performance. He made them go perform like you're a monster.
We risked our lives. I believe a little compensation is in order.
So we had to sometimes tread carefully after long days shooting, especially when moving amongst them to attend to the makeups, etc., etc. So a lot of diplomacy was necessary.
The Mangalores may have ultimately lost their battle, but watching their performance in The Fifth Element makes one thing clear. It takes a uniquely brilliant creature effects team to create such a truly stupid villain.
Send someone to negotiate.
Anybody else want to negotiate?
One alien who holds a unique place in the heart of Nick Dudman's creature effects team is Zorg's pet, Picasso.
My first reaction to Picasso was disbelief, I think. It's such a ridiculous creature. You know, he's lovely because he's a nonsense.
Picasso may have been a ridiculous creature, but he would be a complex, ridiculous creature. Key animatronic designer Chris Barton was charged with his construction.
Just set about sculpting him. Once we'd sculpted him, it was a question of making a skeleton and then mechanizing that skeleton. There's a fiberglass undercore to which we attached all our levers and mechanisms and whatnot to make him move around the set as and when needed.
His little legs moved and his trunk moved and the 3 points on the end of the trunk could grip like that and the eyes could roll and, you know, his mouth could open. So there's a lot of servos in there, moving a lot of machinery.
When Picasso's animatronic skeleton was complete, he was carefully dressed in his fragile silicone skin. The skin was now a one-of-a-kind work of art, so cutting the slits for Picasso's toenails and eyes required a delicate touch. Before shooting with Picasso, the team rehearsed him on a mock-up of Zorg's desk.
We knew we had to come out of a compartment in Zorg's desk and wander over to Zorg and mess around with his face or whatever. There were some indeterminate actions he had to do early on. The cables, when this creature is gambling about the desktop, went to at least 5 or 6 operators, all on big levers, making the feet move, the trunk move, the head move, or whatever.
Sniff, do the nose things, Tim. Tim, Steve.
The actual facial expressions were done by radio control.
2, 1, go. And Joe.
On the day of the shoot, actor Gary Oldman took an instant liking to his unusual co-star.
He's very good because he's used to working with creature crews. He knows that my guys are the guys who are moving it. And so he will, you know, he'd come over and say, okay, who's operating the nose? You know, who's operating the feet? Well, when I do this, can you do that? And that's how you build a good performance out of something that's actually artificial.
Picasso was named after the greatest artist of the 20th century, and that seems right, because he was himself a great work of art. Amazingly, for this scene in The Fifth Element, there was an entire group of aliens, designed, built, and filmed, who never made the final cut.
In the movie, in the airport, there's a huge pile of rubbish up one side of the set.
This was because the workers responsible for that garbage had gone on strike, and these creatures were the strikers.
They were very weird, long-limbed, long-nosed creatures. It was obviously meant to be sort of the lower orders. And they were up in the rubbish with placards with sort of no cash, no trash written on them and this kind of thing.
Like all of the other creatures in the movie, the strikers had been screen tested to see if their coloring and textures were reading correctly on film.
Well, there were lots of tests shot on the strikers. And they were all different. You know, one had aviators, glasses on. Another had huge forearms like Popeye. It was really an area where Luke was happy for us to go a little mad, you know, because, again, he had a striker design, but he needed 4 or 5 of them, so they were extrapolated out.
Today, Nick Dudman's video of the rehearsal is all that remains of the strikers' scene.
When we shot them on the actual day, all the puppeteers were hidden behind the garbage itself.
We had a big room inside the rubbish with netting as its front that the creatures came through, and they were puppeteered by my crew. We had one that was on a big pole arm that could come up and out and had animatronic hands and animatronic face, all on cables. Others were just literally glove puppets, like Muppets.
All experienced movie makers know that many terrific elements don't make the final cut, but Dudman still misses his quirky protesters.
It was a great disappointment when it wasn't in the film, because as creatures, they were really funny.
Fashion in the 23rd century. It's provocative, yet protective. It's tacky, yet tasteful. Erotic, yet elegant. It's simple, yet ceremonial. It's form-fitting, functional, flirtatious, and most of all, fabulous.
Ooh.
At least according to Jean-Paul Gaultier, and he should know. He's ruled the Paris fashion scene for more than 20 years. But for Gaultier, it was a new experience to take his clothes off the catwalk and put them in front of a movie director.
The biggest difference is that for the cinema, I have to deal in some way or to work and to collaborate with someone that is the boss. In the catwalk, I am the boss. So, which is very different. So, but it was very good thing to work with someone because you have to. It's an experience and it gives me a lot of positive things because I learn, like for example, the story, the scenario, the personage, the character. So it's like a kind of haute couture.
Haute couture. It means high fashion. Clothes that are designed for one unique individual. Something that Gaultier does all the time. But how did Gaultier figure out what so many individuals would be wearing 300 years from now?
To be honest, the important thing is to speak with him, with the director, and with Luc. So it was like to speak with him because, you know, the vision, futuristic vision, it can be whatever. Futuristic can be retrospective. It can be like it was in the 17th century or like at the prehistorical time. You know, it could be that too, what will be futurist, you know. So I have to have his concept of what is futurist.
Even what is futuristic starts on the drawing board.
That was a lot of work, I must say. And that was even more a lot of work that, you know, first there was a first project, so I did sketches, maybe like 100 sketches. The idea was more like to see the different groups and after the particular character as Gary Oldman, Bruce Willis, Mila, all the one Ruby Rose, which was very important too. So those characters, that was one of the principles that I work a lot on it, and that I did like a lot of proposition, because to arrive to the right thing, it was a lot of work on conversation and collaboration with Luc.
Gaultier has never been shy about playing up a guy's sex appeal, and so Corbin Dallas was outfitted with his take on the futuristic tank top.
I think he's athletic and it goes well. You know, it has to be something very simple and very functional and something not that look like strange or futuristic, you know. It has to be like something people know, but the difference was that the one that he has maybe in Die Hard was not in rubber like that one. That one was in rubber, and maybe the back was a little difference with like bandage and that kind of thing. I should say that mine was a little more sexy than the one in Die Hard.
Lilu's dramatic rebirth raised the question of how she would come to be clothed at all.
It was a little more clear for Luc that how she will be reborn, you know? So she was there lying, he was imagining, and she should have something like bandage to take her, you know? So his idea was, I want her like nude, but she's not nude. And after I was thinking, like maybe it should be nice, like to make an outfit where it's look like if it is the real bandage that becomes the outfit. So if she is with the bandage, she goes out with the bandage, and she is nude in reality.
Unbelievable! For Ruby Rhod, Gaultier was ready to unleash a gender-bending fashion statement.
I think that Ruby Rose is extraordinary, fantastic. But let's say that, to be honest, that was the one where it was the most Jean-Paul Gaultier. I should say, I mean like the clothes. But I shouldn't say that the character is Jean-Paul Gaultier, not at all. I am not like that.
Boy is fueled like fire.
He says himself that he is between like Prince and Michael Jackson. Maybe me, I should say that maybe it's not Michael, but more Janet.
All night long, all night.
Maybe LaToya Jackson.
But creating Jackson-level fabulousness on a limited movie budget would send less resourceful designers fleeing for the hills.
What I should say, and what I should say help is that always, and it's not my first experience with movie, the budget for the clothes is nothing. It's true. They all put the money in the set, you know. So I say it's a scandal, and I protest. If I do another movie, I want that the budget is bigger for the costume, because truly we have to do something with nothing. It's true.
The citizens of the 23rd century may have had some rather explosive problems, but with Gaultier on board, there wasn't a fashion victim among them.
Truly, I love it. I think it's a very beautiful movie with beautiful scene. I think it's at New York. In that year, I want to be there to see it like that. It's really fabulous, and I love when, you know, when there is a pursuit between the car like that. It's very beautiful. So normally I should not have been so surprised, but I was. Surprised, interested, I laugh a lot.
was the Fifth Element's most enigmatic and captivating character. A performer who enraptured her audiences and left Corbin Dallas speechless. But who was the mysterious woman that brought the diva to life? She has never before granted an interview about the Fifth Element. But today, in Paris, France, we meet the actress named simply Mai Wen. And she will speak for the very first time about the magnificent diva.
The first time I heard about the diva was in my bed. Okay. My fiancé was Luc Besson at this time, and we were just becoming together for a few months, and he started talking about the diva character. He said, maybe I want you to do it. And I said, oh, thank you, but if I love you, I want to show you my love that is pure, so I don't want to work with you. Either you choose you are with me and we don't work together, either we're not together and okay, I will do the diva. And he said, I think I prefer to be with you. He was always showing me the test for Lilou, for the diva, for Gary Oldman. And one day he showed me the test of the diva and he found a very nice girl. She was a top model, a German top model, blonde. I don't remember her name. And he was really happy to do it with her. So I said, you see, I didn't do it and you're happy to find the girl, so there is no problem. He said, yeah, very happy. And 2 days before the preparation of her costume, you know, she was supposed to come in London to do the costume, the test for the makeup, everything. She disappeared. No news from her, from her agent, nothing. And we were on weekend, and he was so stressed on the phone. Where is she? And I told him, oh, come on. Anyway, if she doesn't show up in 2 days, I would do it. But I didn't thought it. So he said, oh, you would do it? Oh, you know what? I think, in fact, I want you to do it. So I said, but she's gonna show up, don't worry. And then Monday she never showed up. And I said, okay, I'm doing it. It was the movie of the man I loved, so I was really happy, even if I was not supposed to act it. Yeah. The most challenging part was learning how to sing. It was very complex, how to breathe, how to sing. Very difficult. I was listening to this sing like 30 times a day. It has to be each second perfect. Even if they put the voice of a professional singer, I had to be really, we had to believe it's me. Even if I had the playback, I was supposed to sing. Luke wanted me to sing. I had 3 months preparation before shooting, which is good. It's not too short, not too long, just perfect. So the process of the makeup was starting with the makeup, the face. They put the makeup there, there like that, and then the hat was glued on my head. Then the stills, and then the dress. I think the end is the dress, because it's very fragile. And they were giving me food with pie, straw. I was so tall, so the crew couldn't be with me anyway. I had to be with my own crew because they knew what could I eat, what could I drink. They knew my head was so heavy. I had a special chair to sit. It was very tiring. 3 hours to make everything up. Makeup, dress, everything. 3 hours preparation every day. I think I needed to have this challenge. It was like, this day I'm gonna have the concert. So it was true. We didn't do it in a different place, with studio, with actors. It was real. Luc Besson likes very much to impress the actors. He likes the spontaneity. So no one of the actors saw me before shooting. It was keeping secret. So Bruce Willis didn't see me before shooting on the scene of the concert. I was hiding behind the curtains in London for the concert, and Luke, before shooting, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you're gonna see a special singer. She's a bit strange, and I want you to be just natural. You just let your feelings go away." And then the curtain opens, the music starts, and I could feel in the theater how people were so impressed, and Bruce Willis was, oh my God, such a big changing. I think each actor has to do his private dreams about the character. I felt she was sad about the human being. She was disappointed. Disappointed. She was giving the love, maybe because she didn't have for her. I don't know, but I felt like sad character. The blue was, I don't know, it means a lot for me. I'm going to tell you something very personal. I gave so many time, so many energy to this character that when I discovered the movie with the scene that he chose, I was a bit disappointed because it goes too fast. You know, when he did the editing, when I was singing, and there's Lilou and some people fighting. And I was shocked he didn't show more of the concert, because for me it was magical. So when I saw the movie, I thought, oh, the people are not gonna see me. They are not gonna see my work. Maybe they don't know how much time I spent for the character. Then I saw on internet so many sites about the diva. That's so strange, because the movie doesn't give any attention of the character. That's why I was so impressed when he asked me to do an interview about my character. I was like, ooh.
Mai Wen was disappointed that nobody could experience the diva's entire performance. But this never-before-seen green screen footage reveals for the first time the complete diva performance. It was filmed at Pinewood Studios in London during principal photography.
Каждые 5000 лет черная дыра распахивается. На кон поставлено существование мира. Вырвавшееся на свободу абсолютное зло намерено уничтожить все живое в обитаемой Вселенной. Настал тот час. Вселенной нужен герой. Но в Нью-Йорке 2259 года хорошего героя еще надо поискать. Приготовились? Огонь! Взрыв! Прыгай! Всемирно признанный режиссер Люк Бессон представляет «Пятый элемент». На мой взгляд, кино очень свежо, очень молодо. Это просто развлекательное кино. Действие происходит в 23 веке, веке супертехнологий.
Фильм динамичный, драматически напряженный и в то же время очень смешной. Снят с большим юмором.
Смотри на меня, красавец, смотри! Смотри! Кино необычное, яркое, сказка для взрослых о том, как добро побеждает зло. Зрелище захватывает, когда оно заканчивается, люди удивляются. Что же это было? Сюжет взят не из комиксов, а прямо из моей головы. Я постарался выразить собственное представление о будущем, ведь будущее не обязательно должно быть мрачным, оно может быть и ярким. По-моему, получилось. В поисках пятого элемента. Египет, 1914 год. Видите, человечки или символы людей собирают 4 элемента природы. Вода, огонь, земля, воздух. Вокруг пятого элемента. Фильм о вечной борьбе добра и зла. Герои противостоят силе, уничтожающей все живое. Когда настанет парад 3 планет, черная дыра распахнется, подобно вратам. Придет зло, воцарятся ужас и хаос. Тут змея Белли, символ высшего зла. Зарисуйте змею. Так, змеюка есть. 300 лет спустя черная дыра распахивается, высвобождая абсолютное зло. Судьба Вселенной зависит теперь от одного человека. Вам поручено задание чрезвычайной важности, а именно спасти Землю. Брюс Уиллис. Я играю Корбина Далласа. Это бывший военный летчик, которого обстоятельства вынудили переквалифицироваться в таксисты. Снимаем! Мне нужен был герой. Я не хотел снимать непобедимую гору мускулов. Это слишком скучно. По-моему, гораздо привлекательнее человек, который пытается сделать как лучше. Увы, не всегда успешно, который чего-то боится и не хочет никому причинять вред. Корбин как раз такой персонаж. Начали! Снято! Этот герой просто не может не понравиться. Огненный шар диаметром 2000 километров летит прямо к Земле. Мы бессильны его остановить. Время еще есть. Если скорость не изменится, 1 час 57 минут. Перезвоните через 2 часа. Чем меня покорил Брюс? Я приехал в Нью-Йорк, отдал ему сценарий, зашел часа через 2, он говорит, это здорово, я согласен. Я не ожидал, что звезда такого масштаба сразу даст согласие. Спасибо тебе, Брюс. Спасибо. Машина поворачивает, значит, я поворачиваю руль влево.
Брюс очень внимателен на площадке. Мы снимали сцену в такси. Люк просовывает камеру в тесную кабину, машину раскачивают, я подскакиваю, сжимаюсь в комочек, а Брюс мне шепчет: «Подними голову, свет не так падает». Я захлебываюсь в рыданиях, а он вдруг вспоминает о свете. Поразительно. Он настолько профессионален, что успевает отслеживать свет не только для себя, но и для партнера.
Мила Йовович. Нет, 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 нет! Есть кто живой? Привет. Замысел грандиозных масштабов, но по сути своей это простая история о том, как парень встречает девушку. История любви. Ты права. Зря я так знаю, что зря напрасно поцеловал.
Мою героиню зовут Лилу. Это совершенное существо, ее задача — сохранить равновесие во Вселенной. Лилу Даллас, мультипас.
Да, она все поняла. Можешь не повторять. Лилу Даллас, моя супруга, мы молодожены. Только познакомились, так бывает, встретились, проскочила искра. Она знает про мультипас.
Мультипас.
Найти актрису на роль Лилу было невероятно сложно. Я просмотрел 1005 кандидаток со всего мира. Мила оказалась идеальна. Мы сделали всего пару проб. Я спросил ее, готова ли она делать все, что потребуется. Мне нужна была от нее полная отдача. Она ответила: да, я готова на все. Она бросила все на 8 месяцев, приехала в Лондон и работала как сумасшедшая. Занималась карате и всем прочим. Она была великолепна. Бьешь не глядя, она понимает, кто здесь стоит.
Я тренировалась по 3 часа в день. Брала уроки балета. Впервые для съемок мне пришлось специально готовиться. Я ходила в тренажерный зал, занималась и аэробикой, и карате. Боже, всего даже не перечислить.
1, 2, 3, 4. Мила выкладывалась полностью. Я бы даже сказала, что она принесла в жертву картине свое тело. Мотор!
Сниматься было безумно интересно. Это моя первая роль подобного плана.
Вот с этого места. Падаешь так, чтобы коснуться шара подбородком. Поняла? Вот так.
Хорошо. На площадке соорудили леса. Я прыгала на огромный шар, наполненный воздухом.
Пошла!
Люк просто бесподобен. Если бы он захотел, я бы прыгнула в огонь. Ради него можно спрыгнуть и с Эйфелевой башни.
Гарри Олдман. Я взбешен. Ты просил ящик, вот тебе ящик. 4 камня, куда они делись? Не 3, не 2, не 1, а все 4, все 4! Противник Ордена Далласа Джон Батист Эммануэль Зорг, которого играет Гарри Олдман. Зорг — комический злодей. Его цель — покорить Вселенную. Простите, сэр, здесь нельзя оставаться. Отель заминирован. Я знаю.
Это могущественный бизнесмен. Он торгует оружием, проворачивает сомнительные сделки.
Где камни? Там, где и должны находиться. Они у нас. Они у нас. Я получу их с минуты на минуту. Пришлось повозиться. Мои затраты так возросли. Зорг мне очень симпатичен. Он довольно странный тип. Сильный и целеустремленный, но в то же время любит пустить пыль в глаза. Добро пожаловать, преподобный. А, я вспомнил вас, да. Тот мнимый антиквар. У вас хорошая память. Она вам понадобится. Я прикрываюсь торговлей произведениями искусства, но на самом деле я изобретаю фантастическое оружие. Прошу! Это ZF-1. Магазин на 3000 патронов. Ракетомет. Самострел. Тут разрывные наконечники. Ловчая сеть. Огнемет. Мой конек. И завершу показ оригинально ледяным ударом. Я веселился от души. Хотите добавить? Классика Зорга в комплекте. Мы с Гэри дружим уже несколько лет. Он стал как бы частью моей семьи. Неудивительно, что он сбивается. Захожу к нему сегодня в 9 утра, а по всей комнате храп стоит, только стекла дрожат. Наши отношения на съемочной площадке уникальны. Мы шутим, дурачимся, импровизируем диалоги прямо по ходу съемок. Еще 5 миллионов. Еще 5 миллионов. Из-за этих шуточек мне каждый день приходилось вырезать из отснятого материала минут по 15. Я мог бы снять короткометражный фильм о том, как мы с Гэри шутим на съемочной площадке. Это очень смешно. Крис Такер. Корбин Даллас. Единственный и неповторимый победитель конкурса Гемини Крокет. Этот парень огонь, он горяч, горячее горячего, малый раскален, его взгляд воспламеняет. Актер комедийного жанра Крис Такер сыграл в этом фильме Руби Рода, звездного диджея из будущего. Остальное дослушаем после концерта. Сейчас пришло время Корбину изречь афоризм дня. Мы все ждем тебя. Ты счастлив среди великих? Очень. А сейчас в зал! Мне очень нравится работать с Крисом. Он постоянно что-то изобретает, придумывает. У него неистощимая фантазия. С ним очень весело. Извините, не удержал. Я сразу предложил Крису попробоваться на роль. Первый день, когда он пришел в павильон, он был очень вежлив, обходителен со всеми, пытался произвести на меня впечатление. Я спросил его: «Ты всегда такой зануда?» А он мне ответил: «Нет. Он комик. Он может выйти на сцену и заставить 400 человек хохотать на протяжении 2 часов. 3, 2, 1. Люк умудряется добиться от актеров такого, чего они сами от себя не ожидают. Мне кажется, костюмы Криса заставили его превзойти самого себя. Когда Крис впервые увидел свои костюмы, он сказал: «О, боже». Они хотели напялить на меня такое. Я сказал: «Нет, платье я не надену». Сначала я показал ему худший вариант. Он возмутился, тогда я сказал: «Ладно, согласен, это чересчур. Как насчет этого?» И на второй костюм он согласился. Так что я хитер. Люк Бессон. Попробуй поэнергичнее. Мы снимаем быструю сцену. Хорошо? Улыбайся. Улыбайся. Я приобрел привычку сам стоять за камерой. Опыты с камерой я начал проводить 15 лет назад. Снимал сначала простые кадры, потом вошел во вкус. Я обожаю снимать сам. Так сразу видно, что получится в итоге. Скажи громче. Yes, sir. Громче. Yes, sir. Громче. Yes, sir. Со временем актеры привыкают к этому. Первые 2 дня они в шоке. О боже, режиссер так близко. Я совсем рядом, за камерой. Это вносит определенные сложности. Я здесь. Я в центре действия. Стой здесь. Стой на месте. Дыши, дыши. Это последняя сцена. Только вы должны постараться.
Именно поэтому для меня это незабываемый опыт. Он был там, на площадке, смотрел мне в глаза, постоянно. Люк заражал всех своим неистовством. Он хотел добиться совершенства.
Пробеги побыстрее и дотронься до решетки руками. Он рядом с тобой, в центре событий, вносит необходимые коррективы прямо по ходу. Мне это очень помогало. Есть сцены, где Мило разговаривает с Брюсом. Иногда я вмешивался в их диалог, просил поменять ту или иную интонацию. Когда ты далеко, не станешь же ты кричать: «Эй, не так, скажите по-другому». Мне нравится быть внутри действия. Для меня это все меняет. Эрик Серра. Музыка — это половина фильма. Слова у режиссера слева, а ноты справа. В фильме есть диалог, музыки и слов. Я много работаю с Эриком Серра. Он не актер, не техник, он соавтор. Создавать музыку 23-го столетия было очень сложно. Музыка — это способ передачи чувств. Иногда я пытался внести современное новое звучание, как, например, в арии «Дивы». Люк выбрал оперу, которая называется «Лючия де ля Мермор». Мы записали ее в исполнении Лондонского симфонического оркестра, а солировала Инва Мулачако. Великолепная оперная певица. По сюжету она инопланетянка, а значит, должна уметь то, на что не способны люди. Поэтому мне пришлось написать то, что невозможно спеть. Когда я отдал ей ноты, она посмотрела и сказала: «Но это же невозможно». Я ответил: «Да, знаю, но у нас есть сэмплеры, прочая музыкальная техника. Мы можем сделать все, что захотим». Были музыкальные фразы, которые, на мой взгляд, невозможно было исполнить, но она с ними справилась. Потрясающе. Ну-ка, взбодритесь. Взгляд на сцену. Жан-Поль Готье очень талантливый модельер. Ему нравится изобретать, предлагать новые решения. Он постоянно что-то меняет. Мне нравится его гибкость. Он разработал для фильма порядка 200-300 костюмов. Я был поражен. Перед съемками массовой сцены, в которой было задействовано порядка 900 человек, он стоял у входа на съемочной площадке и проверял всех статистов, одного за другим. 900 человек. Устроил им пограничный контроль.
Сумасшедшая одежда. Он гениальный художник.
От моды к технологии. Каждая деталь декорации была тщательно продумана художником-постановщиком фильма Дэном Вейлом. Очень нелегко было воссоздать целый мир будущего. Для того, чтобы он был достоверен, необходимо продумать неимоверное количество деталей. Если работаешь в жанре научной фантастики, у тебя должна быть квалифицированная команда. Вот почему я обратился к Мёбиусу и Жан-Клоду Мезье. Художник-авангардист Жан Мёбиус Жиро с 60-х годов начал выпускать книги комиксов. Он является соучредителем журнала Heavy Metal. Он создавал декорации для множества фильмов, включая «Чужого» и «Бездну». Мезье и Мёбиус – два лучших современных художника. Мёбиус много работал в кино. «Звездные войны» черпали идеи у Мезье на протяжении 20 лет. Взять хотя бы космические корабли. Даже герой Харрисона Форда похож на Валериана, персонажа Мезье. Жан-Клод Мезье знаменит во Франции своими графическими новеллами, героем которых является космический пространственно-временной агент Валериан. Люди моего поколения выросли на этих книгах. Это часть нашей культуры. Здесь надо подправить. Визуальные эффекты для фильма создавались на студии Digital Domain под руководством Марка Стетсона. Корабль находится здесь, а камера снимает отсюда. Мы должны создать такую картину будущего, в которую поверил бы зритель. Мир, который из фантазии превращается в реальность. Например, город Нью-Йорк предстанет перед вами в неожиданном ракурсе. Обычно в фантастических фильмах эффект космичности достигается за счет затемнения кадров. Люк хотел, чтобы мы показали день мира будущего. Обрати внимание на загрязнение города. Он чище, чем современный город. Мы придумали очень интересные визуальные эффекты. На мой взгляд, наш город будущего получился более убедительным, чем в том же «Бегущем по лезвию бритвы». Например, чего стоит только тайский ресторан, курсирующий по городу, летающее такси? Люк решил показать статую свободы, пережившую 3 столетия. Она стоит на берегу океана, освещаемая огнями города. Он не хотел чересчур броских спецэффектов, таких, которые на пару секунд приковывают к себе внимание и сразу забываются. Спецэффекты в данном случае должны были создавать основу для разворачивания действия. Думаю, наша работа произведет на людей впечатление. Люк — это режиссер, который берет идею и выжимает из нее все. Он в этом деле мастер. Когда я делаю кино, я сам для себя гуру. Я стремлюсь сделать кино, которое мне самому интересно смотреть. Так, пускай дым. Это кино не от мира сего. Посмотрев его, люди скажут: «О, вот это да». Визуальный ряд фильма очень необычен.
Это безумно, фантастично, потрясающе. Вертикальное метро, машины, летающие в воздухе.
И если на протяжении 2 часов люди радуются, это лучшее, что я могу им предложить. Я не доктор, который лечит болезни. Скорее, я аспирин, который помогает на 2 часа забыть о головной боли.
It's all the dream and all the fun that you have in your head when you're little. I know the real world is here, I see it after 7 p.m., but during the day I'm in another world and I want to stay in it. I'm not like a big doctor able to save life, but I'm more like an aspirant to help people to evacuate the headache for 2 hours.
So just for you to wake up, have some action. We're gonna start by the song.
At the end, you stand up, applause, and then something happens. There is few ugly creatures who's gonna come, gunfire, it's very loud, start panic, and the device just hit, and the shot is her falling. We cut. She reborn. We do it again. Okay? Ah, she's here.
No jumping off balconies.
Oh yes, you can. It's just come from my poor head, so. We shot a little in Mars and 2 days in Venice, and we go, around the moon for, a few. But that's all. The main things was in London. I started to write the story when I was 16 years old. At this time, it was the start. This guy win a trip to a wonderful land in 25th century, and he has to go to a very far planet. Bruce and me, we plugged since the beginning, and it was very honest relationship. Lots of talk.
What's up, baby? What are you doing?
I've met Bruce a few years ago, and we talk about the script, and I do the professional, and then I come back. So when I was ready, at the end, the script was ready, the money was here. So then I went to see Bruce, and the wonderful thing about Bruce is I came in New York, I gave him the script, I went shopping for 2 hours, I come back 2 hours later, he said, it's great, I do it. And it's like a movie already. I mean, how you can expect that a huge star like him will just say yes? And thanks to him. Thank you, Bruce, if you listen. Thank you.
So we go from the crash until the moment you park.
I was very interested also to show that the future is not specifically dark and dangerous, and this future is very funny.
1, 2, 3. When you say left, you want me to turn right.
You have to go right to escape, but don't wait that the car go back to...
No, I'll stay with it.
At the end, the big turn is left, but you have to control it like a car,
Yeah. But it's but the car is turning this way, so I'm turning the wheel that way.
Yes. Play a violent impact. No, go, continue. Move more, Bila. 1, 2, 3.
Fuck, we'll be alright.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Clap! 59, box shot, take 2. Thank you! Bravo! It's okay? Well, this is...
When you have to save the world in a movie, it's always with a bigger weapon. Here, somewhere, the weapon is love. There is only love, only life, only light who can save the world. And the weapon who can save the world in a movie is the most pacific weapon you can find. And I'm very sensible to this theme, that we can save the worst with the best.
She's the one who's coming from the moment. She's fine with the good in the colors revealed. Just around, I was so lost. If the night is full of stars, there's no matter to leave in the dark. She's the one living free. She's a light. Oh, she's the one who's coming from nowhere. She's flying, flying, flying.
One of the best souvenirs I have is to meet Mila, because to give the part of Lulu was very complicated. I've seen like 5,000 girls all around the world. She was far physically from the character, so I see her one time, two times, make some tests. She was excellent, give everything. I asked her if she will give everything to the movie because I need this commitment from her. She said yes, she stopped everything, go to London for 8 months and works like hell.
So I go down to see.
She was brilliant.
Mila?
Yeah.
The rest is just a big laugh for 2 hours.
Right now I'm finna jump off a 20-story building with no pads, because I don't like pads to slow down the jump. So, you know, I'm gonna do it.
No jokes, all right? No joke.
What I would like is boom.
We have so much fun on the set with him. I have like 15 minutes of dailies with takes that we were obliged to cut because we were laughing. I can make a short movie about that, you know, about just the laugh of Gary and me on the set. It was so funny.
I know. I know. I know. Okay. Any creeps, I don't want them.
So, what's the next shot? I don't know. Gary is a friend, one of my best friends since, you know, a few years now, so he's my family. When I give him the professional, he said yes before to read it. A year after, he wants to direct his first movie, so he come with this script. And it was the same. I take the script, I don't read it, and I say yes. So I produce his movie. Then I come back with the fifth element, and I say, Gary, do you want to play this? He said yes. He was very, very confused and shocked when the first time that he have seen the outfit of Zorg. Because when he have seen it, we shoot since 6 weeks already, and Gary just came back from his movie. So to jump in a sci-fi movie with all these things was very strange for him. But he gets used to it, shave his hair and put all these things.
At the end of the stairs, position.
He is a weird character because he's very strong and very dark, but in the same time he has a lot of panache. But I love Zorg. The visual effects, that's something. DD Brothers, DD is Digital Domain, are the two guys who are responsible. It's Mark Stetson and Bill, who was the DP on
I have a shot of her coming like this, and then turning. And as soon as she hit the green screen, I can be inside and she has the exact same position.
Nobody will have Luke's vision but Luke. I mean, he's so specific.
Just a faster than this.
This film has a very unique visual style.
By looking the diva here, okay, I have the curve here.
You have many visual surprises. The story is very expansive and covers, of course, many parts of the galaxy, let alone many aspects of a society.
Do you think at the end we will make it like a little, basically, I'm thinking about pollution, because it looks less polluted now than it is today.
Yeah,
we have seen the
like
inside, we have seen the inside cities, and it was very,
smoking,
lots of cars and things. I would love to not to think about it when I see it.
Flying in this cityscape, flying to another planet, encountering more than one other alien species. These are all things that will be treated in a sort of a happy conglomeration.
They have another nickname, which is Les Frères Lumière, the Lumière brothers, who invent movies a long time ago, a century ago.
Background action!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Air rams go, everybody freezes. And then we know, and the go is the bang.
I worked a lot before with Explosion in Leon and Nikita, so I was familiar with that.
Dangerous to be secure. And as soon as the explosion starts, they just run out and they get out.
3, go!
Now, obviously this is all foam, that's where there's no fuel in it, so it sticks to it. There is a chance that it comes a little bit, you know what I mean? But it's not a stuff that will stick to you, it's that biscuit foam, it's not like rubber or anything like that.
Somebody from this shoulder, and I have somebody from the other, and then I can watch the rest. And then when I feel bang, bang,
and one for their feet,
one on their feet, and I go boom. But that's what I was going to do.
And if when all is full, you can't kill it, so then bring everybody. Okay. Let me shoot even 3-4 minutes if I can. You know what I mean?
The security sometimes push me far from where I want to be, because I always want to be closer and closer and closer.
Look at my hole. Now, Miles, who is responsible for the security?
What is the distance?
What is the limit?
Okay. So sometimes I have to take some risk.
I would like to shoot with the small flame. Light it.
We have this big explosion in the main hall in the film, and the explosion was like huge, and the sets start to burn, and the fireman takes like 12 minutes just to stop the fire. It was pretty cool.
Ball and chain.
Even the guns are funny. the guns are funny in the movie.
Trumpet.
Clap.
Z1, perfect weapon.
One shot. Replay sends every following shot to the same location.
It's not like Leon. Leon was like real gun.
Aladdin, my favorite.
Flamethrower.
Good. Next shot. He was checking the 900 extras one by one before they come in the set.
Nice music, guys. Like that. Hello.
Yeah.
Nice with your face. Nice.
Sometimes it's just, you know, take the hat, change the hat, or take a, you know, a rope, or take a piece of tissue and change something and say, okay, next. Take the, you know, change something. Okay, next.
Okay. Okay. Ça va, hein?
Jean-Paul Gaultier is a sweet angel.
More curious.
Let's see it.
Watch your friends left and right before to say.
Let's see it.
Let's see it.
Let's see it.
Watch your friends.
Let's see it.
One more time.
Let's see it.
One more time.
Let's see it.
One more time.
Because I'm on the camera, sometimes the actors are very close to me. You know, if I make a shot like this, the actor is like 2 feet from me. So during the take, sometimes I talk a lot and I push them.
Stay down here. Stay here. Stay here. Breathe, breathe, breathe. On your back. Be careful. Yeah. Be careful on your back. A little down. Go a little down here. Be careful everywhere. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Excited at the beginning until the end. Okay? Watch the top of Picasso. With your hand here. Watch him. A little on the left. Your face.
And the actors get used to it. At the beginning, the first few days, they're a little, oh my God, the director is so close, because, you know, I'm just, you know, right here with the camera.
Put your guns a little. Huh? Put your guns down. Put your guns down just a little.
Gary knows me, so it was easy, but Bruce and Ian was a little, you know, disturbed by that. But we talk about that, and they love it after, in fact. It gives so much complicity, because I'm here, I'm in the middle of the game. And the more I push them, the more they want to give me also. Because an actor, if you take care of him, if you push him, if you ask him things, he's happy.
No, you come closer. Come closer. You watch.
Yes.
They're always very excited. As soon as I ask something more, or I'm excited and I want this and this, they always follow. And when they are excited, generally they are more creative and they propose more things.
Hi. Yeah. I have to go. Yeah. Which way?
With Ian Holmes, for example, it's a pleasure, in fact, because he can play, he can make like 15 takes, different takes with different intonation, and, you know, it's like going to a supermarket, you know, and take everything you need for your editing. When I want to show to an actor, most of the time I say the line, or I say the expression, or I show the expression.
You know, it's fast after. Or you do everything slow and then it's boring.
And the funny thing is, I am the worst actor in the world. I'm unable to play anything except the part in my movie.
You turn. little breathe because you know probably run since 10 minutes to the pig and everything. Maybe a little. And then you run to the wheel. You splash on the wheel. Watch the things. I feel it so much that I can play it.
Perfect beat. I know it's the piano.
Fast forward.
I know it's the piano.
I know it's the piano.
I know it's the piano.
Yeah.
I will play the rest later after the concert because right now it's time for Kirby to say the word of the day. Champagne!
God damn it, we don't have MTV.
Oh, shit. Think music. 1, 2. Music! I love to be in the middle physically. It's like to be a captain of a boat. You cross the Atlantic as a race with storms and big waves and things and you're exhausted. But the souvenir of it after, you say, it was the best moment in my life.
Everybody's coming with a determination, walking with their own dreams of resolutions. I can feel the world moving with the sound. I can feel all the people live around.
I can't make a movie without making the frame change everything for me. I'm part of it.
Life is a big game to play, to create that thought. Let's dream about the universe. That's what this song's all about. I can feel the world moving with the sound. I can feel all the people live around. Create a world together on the
Better, more. I love this moment when the night's still here a little and then I make myself a tea, I put some music and I start to write. I love this moment. I just follow my, my mood and follow my hand.
This is the last take! Only if you are very good!
Besson's new film, The Fifth Element, is bold in concept and gigantic in scale. So, for its Cannes opening, the film's backers decided their launch should match their director's vision.
The whole idea is that this is a big festival, 50th anniversary of the Festival of Cannes. This is a big movie. This is a big event that we are creating over here. And the whole idea is that this is a big surprise, but a big surprise for everyone because, you know, the talent, it's so important to do a gift to the director, to the actors, to all the technicians who have been working on the movie. And they will be so much surprised to see what we built for that evening. Plus it is a surprise for all the people living in this area. A lot of people are coming here and wondering what's going on, and a surprise for all the people, the guests of the festival, because they've never seen this before. So hopefully, you know, the big surprise works and everybody's happy.
It's a big festival for us French. It's the 50th birthday of the Cannes Film Festival, and it's kind of special, you know, a special event because we used to go here every year to present the best movies that we are able to produce, and for us to be able to produce a movie at an international level, as some others coming from other countries, we're very proud to be part of it.
Preparations for the Cannes launch began many weeks earlier as a car park and boatyard across the port from the Palais des Festivals were turned into a huge construction site.
We are building a big construction around a big tent for a party, big party.
As the construction crew laboured, other crew began to plaster Cannes with posters. With last-minute preparations still being made on the morning of the opening day, the world's press met Luc Besson and his cast.
It was very simple. I wanted to work with Luc Besson. That's all. I like his movies, and Luc came to my house about 5 years ago and tried to explain this idea for this film to me. And at the time, I don't think it had quite coagulated. His French was much worse than it is now. He's actually learned to speak French quite well, actually. But then about a year and a half ago, he gave me the script, and it was this film, and I read the script, and it took me as long as it took me to read the script to say yes, and now here we are at Cannes.
Media interest was matched by that of the crowds who had already begun to gather outside the Palais.
It's really exciting to walk up the steps. Film audiences here are just so much more responsive, and you know, because Luc is so well loved here, it's very exciting for me.
It's the festival of festivals, and I think next to the Oscars, it's the biggest do, isn't it, out?
Guests of honour at the gala screening were Luc Besson and his stars, Bruce Willis and Gary Oldman.
One shot. And replay sends every following shot to the same location.
You're right. I shouldn't have done that. It was wrong to kiss you. But he said, wake you up gently. You're right.
Yeah.
After the film, the celebrity guests moved to the party site to find that what had been a car park had now become a spaceship.
It's amazing. I hope when we go inside, the same things don't happen to us as happened to the poor folks in the film, actually. But, yeah, let's see what happens inside, shall we?
I'm a big sci-fi fan, and I find it actually extremely moving.
Very much. I think a 90s film, very stylish.
The evening's entertainment included a fashion show by one of France's leading couturiers, Jean-Paul Gaultier, who designed the costumes for The Fifth Element.
It's Cannes and it's cold. We look like that, like very... okay, we should have go like in bathing suit, I think. So the reaction was good. I even prefer the movie second time than the first time because I see a lot more of details that I didn't see before. I think it's great and I love it and it's very comic and I laugh a lot, which is important.
Everybody was scared at the beginning because when a creator, you know, take his pen and do something, everybody was scared to say, you know, Jean-Paul, you know, maybe it's not possible to do it or things like this. And he has no ego and it's so, you know, lovely to work with him. And now, Chris Tucker.
Never in my life seen nothing like this before. This is beautiful. Can't believe it.
Oh, he's fabulous. He was so generous with everyone, and he made us all look so good and so futuristic, and I thought he did a really great job.
We have not to eat, diet, total diet, but we have now to dress up again in another way and to prepare the show. So bon appetit for the other one, not for us. Maybe a drink, yes.
Last call for Lost in Paradise. Hurry up. What do you want me to do? Hurry up.
After a display of fireworks above the Mediterranean, the guests returned inside to find that their dining room had been transformed into a huge concert venue as Nena Cherry and her band took to the stage.
Les petits clous.
Les petits clous, non. Vous pouvez la photo de moi? Ça, j'en ai pas.
Mr. Patrice Ledoux, the producer, then Jean-Paul Gaultier, who created the costumes. Then we have Mila Jovovich, Luc Besson, bien sûr, qui est non seulement réalisateur, mais c'est un scénario original de Luc, et Corbin Dallas. Enfin, à sa droite, nous avons Chris Tucker, the music by Eric Serra. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs. Alors, il y a une première... Gary, voilà. Gary Oldman.
Allez, we change again. You go there. Gary.
Voilà. Alors, il y a une question au centre, ici, s'il vous plaît. Le micro. Mademoiselle, s'il vous plaît. Alors, je vous rappellerai également que... On s'arrête pour les photos et pas de photos flash parce que ça interfère avec les télévisions. Kindly, no pictures with flashes because obviously it interferes with television, and kindly move on the sides.
Baz Bammy from the Daily Mail in London. I want to say that the dress you're wearing, Miller, is great. Who designed it? Well, I'm asking you who designed the frock, and then I want to know about the design of the movie.
My frock?
Ah.
Unfortunately, Mr. Gaultier never made me one.
But just
and I couldn't wear the bandages because, I don't know, that might be a little too much.
A question for Mr. Bruce Willis. You obviously get many, many parts offered to you, inviting you to play the big, strong action man. What was it about this role that you particularly attracted you to it, and what was it like working in a British studio at Pinewood on a sci-fi film like this compared to working in Hollywood studio?
Okay, I'm glad you asked me that. Can I borrow this microphone, please? Just want to welcome Gary Oldman, who was not at the other thing, the other photo shoot there. Always good to see you, Gary. Thanks, bro. It was very simple. I wanted to work with Luc Besson. That's all. I like his movies, and Luke came to my house about 5 years ago and tried to explain this idea for this film to me, and at the time I don't think it had quite coagulated. His French was much worse than it is now. He's actually learned to speak French quite well, actually. And then about a year and a half ago, he gave me the script, and it was this film, and I read the script, and it took me as long as it took me to read the script to say yes, and now here we are at Cannes. And can I say that you're all very well behaved? I really, you should all give yourselves a hand because you really are very well behaved. And as far as doing a movie at Pinewood, everything was great. We had a very international crew. Everybody really worked well together. Luke almost burned down the 007 stage by accident. But I want to talk to you guys over there about the whole donut situation, because the donuts in London, can I say this? They blow. They really suck. They are the worst things. And I don't know what these scones are, but I think a scone wants to be a donut. A scone is what they had before they had donuts. But in America, at the American studios, they have really great donuts every day, every morning. They're laid out there on the table. Am I right, Chris? They're there every day. And besides that, I love working at Pinewood. I've done a couple films over there where we didn't burn anything down. But I hope that answers your question.
Can I just ask Mr. Besson, why did you choose a British studio?
En France, il y en a plus beaucoup, parce qu'on les a descendus, on a fait des immeubles. Donc il y avait un problème en France, à le tourner en France, il y avait un problème. Il aurait fallu qu'on construise des studios. Il y a une vraie culture au niveau des décors, au niveau des staffeurs, des peintres, de tous ces gens-là. Il y a vraiment des artistes et des artisans anglais très très bons, parce qu'ils ont l'habitude depuis les James Bond, depuis tous les gros films d'aventure de tourner là-bas. Donc c'est vraiment des super techniciens.
Bruce, it's your second science fiction film, immediately after 12 Monkeys. Why, are you a science fiction fan now, or is very interesting to see how the future could happen?
No, I'm actually, I guess it would seem like I am a science fiction fan, and while I suppose I am, I'm a fan of great film directors. I like working with Terry Gilliam. I loved working with Luke. It's interesting. I find that when I come to Europe and I talk about the films that I do, it's a much different experience for me than it is talking about films back home, because I find that the European film-going audiences, the French especially, are much more in tune with the artistic content of the film, and not how much it costs or how much the actors are paid or other more mundane questions like that. And I just wanted, again, I just wanted to work with Luke. I like all of his films, and I thought it would be a lot of fun. Did I answer your question?
Pretty much. How many stars you kissed in your film?
Oh. Millions of, I mean, I can't really, I've actually lost track of how many men I've kissed, actually. I can remember most of the women that I've kissed. But Luke was kind enough to allow me to write scenes. I actually had to ask him to write some of the scenes in to allow me to kiss Mila as often as I did in the film. And a lot of the scenes got cut out of the film, a lot of the kissing scenes, because the film would have been about 7 hours long or something, and we'd have left all those in there.
The long version will be in video.
Well, in the video, that's right. In the what is it, in the laser disc, all the kissing scenes will be in. What kind of question is that?
Okay, so another question, please. My second question is,
what's your second question?
Okay, how do you feel with an Israeli bodyguard guarding you here in Cannes?
Safe, very safe. He's a big pussycat, though. He was crying on the boat over. You should have seen him. You know, if you take a look at him, he is Israeli and he is strong, of course. But he was weeping openly, and Mila actually had to give him a hug and hold his hand, because he's afraid of water. Something about growing up near the desert or something. I don't know what it is, but he's afraid of water. I think the film's going to do big. I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I think the film's going to do really well. It's a big, funny, exciting, colossal, gigantic, out of proportion to almost anything else that's going to be opening this summer, and I really think it's going to do well, to be honest with you. I don't know the effect that the film opening here will have back home. I'm sure that it'll help the film here in Europe, because Luke is so well loved, not only here in France but across all of Europe. But think the film was going to be a big fucking smash, is what I think. Honestly, I mean, blow my honest answer. I know you can't write that, but I think it's going to do well.
Why do I always play bad guys? I guess that they're the scripts that come through the letterbox. I would love to do a romantic comedy, but I don't get offered those roles, and it's fun to play the bad guy, and certainly in a movie like this that has a, if you like, a heightened style to it. I mean, I walk a tightrope with this one. I think I'm comic baddie. Yeah, I played the bad guys, and there's a perception, I guess, out there about me that I'm difficult and mad and crazy, and that's why I play these characters. But as Luke and Bruce would tell you, I'm a pussycat. It was sort of Ross Perot meets Bugs Bunny.
The thing was, first it was the character that Luke wanted. So he was supposed to be an action man, I should say, and to be, to say the truth, it was easy for me because already he has a good physique, not so bad, you know. So it was very easy to dress him, you know. So it was a real pleasure. So I have only to use his own physique and to show it how it is. So anyway, I didn't dress him very much. You can see a lot of his flesh. I think people will appreciate that anyway.
Yeah, it's a different, I guess it's a different approach. A movie like this, acting in a movie like this, will throw a lot of those, it throws a lot of theories out about method acting, for instance. Because a lot of the time in a film like this, you are looking at something that isn't there, most of the time. So I'm flying a spaceship, but I'm just kind of moving like this, and Luke reassured me that there will be stars there one day, and it will look like you're moving. So there's a different kind of approach, and you certainly there's one rule I think with a film like this is you shouldn't go in and try and upstage the sets. You can't compete and battle with those, and the clothes. So it's a different. It's not David Mamet. It takes a whole different mindset and a different approach, and it's something, I guess, the size of it you have to surrender to, and but it's a great experience to be involved with a film like this. It really is. It's like Disneyland. You go into work and you work with those monsters and these clothes and the set, and it's really is like dressing up and play acting, which is what acting is, I guess. I love actors. I like being around actors, and that works both being an actor and being around actors as a director. It's certainly the hardest thing I've ever had to do. It's like you know, we get to hang out as actors. So we come in and we line up with the camera and the lighting, and then we get to go to the trailer and kind of just take it easy and wait for them to do their thing. And what I did like about directing is that you are constantly involved and forever thinking, and the creative process is forever turning and working. I mean, they're very different experiences. But I mean, I've always tried to be director friendly, because I imagined that the job it's a hard job to do, And I never quite realised how hard it was until I did it. But I much prefer it. They're both rewarding and both very different.
Well, it's always very exciting to be here in Cannes. I was here a couple of years ago with a film called Pulp Fiction that actually did very well here. I just arrived yesterday, so I really haven't been out and about. It's actually very nice here, very pleasant here. It's exciting. You know, it's exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing the film tonight and to all the hubbub that surrounds the opening of one of Luke's films here. And if I or anyone up here should actually burst into flame, would some of us just come? Would someone just come and roll us to the ground and cover us because it is just a little warm up here, Luke Swan. What Gaumont has done and what Luke has done is given us a bunch of money to make a big, huge, very exciting ride that it costs. I don't know what it costs to go to films here. Back in the States, it costs $7 or $8 to go in. You go in and sit in a dark room in a chair, and you're taken on this ride for an hour and a half. And it really, while you're making the film and while you're in pre-production and post-production, no one ever thinks about how much money it costs or what the outcome is. The outcome really is all geared towards entertaining people and entertaining the audiences who come out to see films like this. Unfortunately, when you do a film or a series of films like Die Hard, that are successful and make $1 billion, you become associated with those films. And I've done a lot of other films, and some of them have not made quite as much money. But I try and do as many different characters as I can. It would be incredibly boring for me to play that same character over and over again. When we were making Die Hard 3, I had a very difficult time because a sequel is not a new movie. It's another chapter in a movie that you've already seen. So it's an even more difficult acting job to try to be interesting. But it was a great question. Thanks for asking.
Luke loves women very much and respects them very much. Sorry. My role, I think, is an inspiration for not just me, but for every single person in the world, because she represents the future of mankind and opening 100% of your brain and flying or speaking without words. And I think she's the next step in evolution. So for me, that was such an amazing opportunity to get closer to a human being that is that wonderful and perfect and beautiful. And the whole role was a challenge. Everything. Working with Luke is a challenge because he really pushes you, and I wanted to be the best that I could be.
You still remember a few words?
Bine.
Mila by far worked the hardest of any of the actors on the film. She had to do all the really hard stunts and beat herself up and set herself on fire, and every day she would have a different cut or burn or something that she had done where she'd crashed into something or jumped off of something, and Luke made her learn this language that I just don't understand it, Luke. I still am trying to figure the language out. Go ahead, see, now look what happens.
Voilà, mesdames, messieurs, merci beaucoup.
De le juger pour l'instant. La seule chose que je vois, c'est que le 137e plan est trop jaune, que la porte exprime peut-être avec plus de concision. Et puis la plupart du temps, j'avais pas de quoi faire 3 prises, j'avais de quoi faire 2 prises, donc il fallait vraiment être concis complètement.
Cette question qui est que précisément, peut-être que ça explique le rire de certains de mes confrères, mais ce plaisir que j'ai eu à voir le film est un petit peu, je dois le dire, contrecarré par le véritable jusqu'aux photos pour Alors je voulais savoir si vous aviez peur de nous, si vous
Non, pas du tout. Je suis content que vous posiez la question, parce
Voilà.
que comme ça je peux un peu m'expliquer.
Profitez de l'occasion.
Et on était un petit peu entre les deux. Donc on a essayé de faire un peu plaisir à tout le monde, donc on a bloqué effectivement en Europe, et on a travaillé avec quelques personnes aux États-Unis.
Do you think you're bringing American machismo to a European-style film, or did the European influence?
Oui, la plupart. Tout au moins, j'avais mon œil et je disais ce que je voulais. Mais les rôles principaux, oui, tous. Voilà, mais c'était avec...
Actor who came before Quentin Tarantino.
D'abord, Spielberg est un grand metteur en scène, donc je suis très fier de dire, l'histoire se répète tout le temps, et même au XXIIe siècle, ces choses-là sont vraies. Donc ça me paraissait une bonne base pour dire ces choses-là. Si j'avais dit autre chose, j'aurais peut-être pas utilisé la science-fiction. On connaît un petit peu de temps en temps sa patte. Il s'est vraiment prêté et donné son talent au film, et voilà.
Oui, au premier rang, s'il vous plaît.
He's bigger than Spielberg, first of all.
C'était quoi la première?
Wants to be Lucas.
qui est né à Kiev en Ukraine en 1975.
Welcome to the Côte d'Azur in the south of France, and a very special evening of glamour, glitz and stars, because tonight is the opening night of the 50th anniversary of the Cannes Film Festival. We've got exclusive coverage from inside Europe's biggest showbiz party of the year, which is going to take place in this huge construction behind me. But earlier, stars, directors, producers and moguls walked the gauntlet of the world's press as they filed into the sumptuous palais to watch the festival's opening film, Luc Besson's The Fifth Element, and Toby Amies was there.
Thanks. It is very special here, as I'm sure you can see. I've managed to beat off the paparazzi for the time being, and I'm joined by some of the most obsessive film fans in the world as we all wait for famous people to be catapulted 262 years into the future when they slip inside to watch Luc Besson's Fifth Element. We'll be talking to some of the stars of the film, like Gary Oldman, Bruce Willis, and Mila Jovovich later on. But in the meantime, here come the stars. All that noise is coming because Isabella Gianni has just arrived. The stylishly dressed gentleman there is Mario Van Peebles. There's Vanessa Redgrave. That's one of the judges of the competition, Mr. Mike Lee. There he is, Dennis Hopper. The richest gothic rocker in the world. That's Tim Burton and Lisa Marie. That's Luc Besson, director of The Fifth Element, arriving to the Cannes premiere. One of the most exciting things about the Cannes Film Festival is it's the only time that you get to see famous people queuing. And here they come! The arrival of Bruce Willis and Demi Moore.
The Fifth Element has been kept very closely under wraps, but we'll be getting the verdict very soon on what promises to be one of the biggest blockbusters of the summer. For now, here's a sneak preview.
Stand by to shoot. With gunfire. Background action. Are you ready? So music.
Set in the 23rd century, The Fifth Element is a highly futuristic and stylish take on the classic battle between good and evil. It stars Bruce Willis as the cab driver who becomes an unlikely hero when a mysterious woman, played by Mila Jovovich, enters his cab and his life.
The 50th Cannes Film Festival is in full swing as the opening film has come to its end. And we're ready, in position to catch the reactions from the VIP audience of the 7th film from acclaimed French director Luc Besson, The Fifth Element.
What did you think of the film?
I thought it was really powerful. I mean, in a very naive way, and quite entertaining.
What did you like best about it?
I guess the Chinese guy in his boat in the sky.
Floating boat that just goes past like that.
Moving moment.
It's a killer. It's killing Independence Day.
What did you like most about it?
I don't know, it's so modern, innovating, and in some details like the makeup and all the stuff, and the clothes are also very, very interesting.
Done by Jean-Paul, really, really well done.
And I'm a big fan of Jean-Paul, that's why.
What was the reaction of the audience? Did people stand up and
yours is a laugh, and I think it's a very comic movie, and it's a nice movie. I think they are reacting for a French audience. I know that the audience was not completely French, but for a majority of French audience, it was a good reaction.
Did you like the film? Fine, how are you?
Well, did you like the film? Yes, I enjoyed it. It's a lot of music, a lot of images. I was a bit like, it was maybe too much for me, but I enjoyed it.
It was good fun, and it's a very funny and imaginative view of the future. There's this wonderful joke where they're all smoking long cigarettes with long filters and very short white bits, which I think is a really kind of imaginative joke.
Well, it was very light and funny, and
what did you like most?
Very wild costumes and style and stuff, very stylish.
So how does it compare to Waterworld?
What's it about Waterworld?
How does The Fifth Element compare to Waterworld?
Well, I mean, that's not fair. I like this movie a lot, you know? No, Gary's all right.
What was up with the plastic thing?
That's Luke's idea.
Yeah? What was the idea behind it?
I'm not sure.
Fringe was yours, the one side, and the plastic was
Fringe
Luke's.
was mine, and the plastic was Luke's, yeah.
All right.
It was great, actually, because it was French director, and A lot of British actors, very good British actors, Gary Oldman and Ian Holm, and so yeah, it was quite a coming together of various things, and very much, I think, a 90s film, very stylish.
Bruce, how was the premiere?
Oh, it was fabulous.
To me, did you enjoy it as much as...
Yes. Oh, most definitely. It was our first time to see it.
So even though there's this massive party, a Gautier fashion show and a performance from Nana Cherry, all the stars who come to Cannes have come here to work. It might look like the most glamorous place in the world to be right now, but fame costs, and today is when Mila Jovovich started paying.
Hello, this is Mila Jovovich in Cannes, and I'm starring in Luc Besson's film, The Fifth Element. I'm going to be the most glamorous person I've ever been. This is the one, might be my one and only chance to wear the dresses I dreamed of when I was a child, to just be a movie star for a day. The Fifth Element takes place
in the 23rd century.
And the whole story is like a comic book, good against evil. What attracted me to this character was, number one, it's a Luc Besson movie, and he's one of my favorite directors in the world, and the cast. And it just seemed really, really exciting, and it really gave me a chance to be an actress. Oh, there I go. Oh, that's good. Oh, it's the first day of the month, girls, you know what I mean? And my back is killing me. Actually, I feel a bit guilty, though, because I'm tired, but I mean, if my life could be this difficult every day, I'd be in heaven. This is the highlight of Cannes for me, because when do you ever get to, wear this kind of stuff? Look at this. This necklace, guess how much it costs? $80,000. And I wore it last night, and it fell in my soup twice. You know what it is? If only life could be this difficult all the time. My dress is late. That's my biggest problem today, is my dress is late. It's here. Okay, great. Come on up. My dress. That was quick. Oh my God, thank goodness. I'm so relieved. Okay, I'm gonna just show you guys one section of the dress. These are arm bracelets that go around here and around here. That's it. Little sneak preview of what's coming up. Whew. Da-da-da, da-da-da. This is the life. This is the life.
The publicity machine continues for a few days here for the stars in Cannes, but for now they can relax and enjoy the party which rivals any big Hollywood production. Stay tuned, because we've got all access passes and you are on the guest list.
She doesn't.
Well, Luc Besson, congratulations. The reactions are very, very positive.
Thank you.
How was the premiere for you?
It was great. I mean, I was like this for 2 hours.
Do you get really nervous? You must have been incredibly nervous.
Yeah, it's nervous because it's 4,000 professional in a room with like almost 100 or 200 directors, 500 producers around the world. So, they know what they talk about when they talk about business, work and the way to direct and everything. So, a lot of actors and things. So, yeah,
Get this, right? I'm walking up the steps and I'm totally nervous. I'm shaking because there's so many people everywhere and I'm so nervous. And then suddenly my nervousness stopped because my dress split down the back. No way. And yeah. No, it's all fine now because Demi Moore's stylist sewed it up for me in the bathroom. It didn't show anything, but it was just I could feel it. So all night I'm walking around like this.
How much of yourself do you have to be here, and how much do you have to be an actor?
I think a lot of it's acting. Yeah, on a night like this.
Yeah, all that stuff, those BAFTAs, Evening Standard, the Oscar, the whole thing. Because it's uncomfortable to sit in that room with 2,000 people watching yourself on a screen. My favourite.
You actually wrote the story and you wrote the screenplay. Where did you get the idea from? What inspired you?
In my poor head. I'm sick. I know I should see a psychiatric, but when I should do that at the beginning, I have no money, so I can't pay it.
No, it was overwhelming. It was. It just bangs you. It just comes out. You just keeps coming and coming and coming and coming the whole time. There's no dead space. It's just a spectacle.
With a gun, were you frightened of shooting yourself in the foot, and then you get like?
Got to be really careful every time because it would jam a lot. The gun, I wouldn't buy the gun. It jammed more times than it worked.
My character, I think, is the future of every single human being. I know that sounds really, super philosophical and kind of cheesy, but she has 100% of her brain is open, while we humans use only 4%, unfortunately.
Here he is, the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest. This boy is fused like fire. So start melting, ladies, because the boy is hotter than hot. He's hot.
Just a wild character and bringing a lot of comedy to the character and just, wild and crazy and a lot of energy.
Like how wild?
Real wild.
Like how wild?
Like Michael Jackson and Prince mixed together.
Do us a bit.
Welcome to Floston Paradise!
So, where did the inspiration for this lot come from?
All that come from the movie. I mean, from my inspiration was Luke, to be honest, on the movie. I mean, when I saw Luke, he explained me already, he has in his head, already the movie on the character, how he wanted them to be. So I spoke with him and he told me that one will be Bruce Willis, that one will be Mila, which I know. That one will be that one, and I want them little for example, that one hard on like Gary Oldman, like a stiff and like a little of tyranny.
Now, what's going on there, the Gary Oldman thing, with the plastic thing and the fringe?
What do you think he had? An operation surgery? No, it was not a lifting. It is something else. It's something with the brain, I think. So the idea with Gary Oldman was a little to make him like a little like a Hitler, So I proposed to Luke to make the moustache here. But at the end, it was only one here.
And what I'm looking at?
And there was one that was very funny to do. It was the presenter, the speaker. You should like to have a look like that for presenting MTV.
I was going to ask you, actually, if maybe I could borrow that.
A proposition, yeah. And the idea was, it was like a crazy one, hysterical, like with a leopard print, and he has all his entourage that is matching with him, so it was very funny to do that one.
How was it?
Oh!
What about the spaceship hostesses? Where did that idea come from? That's quite revealing costume, that.
I think, truly, it should be a good suggestion, no? You shouldn't like to take an airline that should have like some hostess like that, no? Huh? So it should be like a Jean-Paul Gaultier airline, maybe, because they are like kind of sexy, let's say, no?
So it must have been quite a lot of work for you to get all of that done.
Yes, it was. It was yes, it was a lot of work. And the funny thing, it was that it was made in 2 times, because the project was like 6 years ago. So I started to do it, and after it stopped, and after we have to do it again, but to change. I thought it should be the same thing. Not at all. We have to make it everything again, because it was not the same people that were supposed to do it. But it was a lot of work, but in London, so it was a pleasure to come to London to do it. So it's a little English also, that movie, no? They say it's...
Well, it's very kinky, isn't it? So.
That's the English part, maybe, no? You don't think?
Well, why don't we have a quick look at the fashion show right now, then?
Or maybe, yeah. So it will start anyway. They are already there. You have to go there now. We go and we start. On y va.
Deal.
doctor's office.
Mr. Who?
Oh my God.
Dog here.
Oh my God.
Where are you?
Oh my God. Come here. Oh my God. Come out there. Let's go.
No. Just I want the stones.
Where did he learn to negotiate like that?
I wonder.
We'll be back for more exclusive coverage from this amazing party, but for now, I think we better get out of here.
This is entirely alert. For security reasons, the hotel must be evacuated. Please proceed calmly to the lifeboats awaited in the main hallway.
My dear Agnite, how about those two little planes that you borrowed?
Agnite, is that you? What an ugly face. It doesn't suit you. Take it off.
Well, our time on the Côte d'Azur is almost at an end. We've seen the Fifth Element, got closer to the stars than anybody else, and what's more, we've had a top evening.
But how do we know it's finished? I'll tell you why. Fireworks.
What attracted you to the project? Seriously, what?
Well,
Tell me about Jean-Luc and whoa, there goes another.
Well, we've been friends for a while now, and we've been looking for something to do together. And he actually told me about this film, about the concept of this film about 5 years ago, and he came to me about 18 months ago with a script, and I said, well, this seemed like a lot of fun. Some films I do because I have some particular need to work out some acting problem or some acting thing, and sometimes I do films just because they seem like they'd be a lot of fun to do. And this film certainly was a lot of fun to do.
It's interesting because you always seem an actor, in the position you are in the financial world of Hollywood, etc. You could go from identical blockbusters to blockbusters, but you seem to have very specific needs. You come through unexpected doors. What are these problems, as you say, that you need to work out acting problems?
Well, as much as people would, as much as I'm, people in the media try to identify me and say, well, he's this kind of actor, or he's a superstar, or whatever label they want to put on me. I'm still learning how to act, and I learn things about acting from every film that I do, and so it would be very, very easy for me, and also very boring for me to just do action movies all the time, and it would. I am tired of it, so I try to find other things to challenge myself with, and I like to do films that I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to succeed in, so there's always that risk of failure.
And if you're prepared to take those risks, you must put a hell of a lot of trust in a director.
Well, it's where you look first, for sure. I mean, it's my first criteria is working with someone who I think is a good storyteller, which really all good directors are. Goes back to caveman days. In cave times, there was one guy who was the guy who said, today we killed this big mastodon and here's how we did it, and he made it very exciting, and he was a good storyteller, and now today we call them directors.
We call this particular one Luc Besson.
Yes.
What of his films? I mean, that's what convinces you, surely, in seeing.
Well, that's where you look first. I mean, I like all his films. I think he has a really interesting sense of style and a very European sense. I mean, he is European, obviously, and a very European sense of storytelling that is very different than a lot of American directors, I think.
With an actor, you say, who had particular needs, ghosts to exercise, demons to chase, whatever, in your acting, a character like Corbyn, the fact that he's set in the 23rd century, there's no, or is there a point of reality? I don't know. What minute you get to 23rd century, you lose me, really.
And it would be very easy to get lost in the 23rd century. One of the interesting things that I think Luke was able to do is to create a marriage between a visual style of the 23rd century and yet a very 20th century point of view of an attitude that has still carried through over, for 300 years, and that is life is still a drag a lot of times.
It was quite interesting. I mean, I thought at one point with the Die Hard movies, you had it in your contract that you wore the white singlet, etc.
It is in my contract.
It is in your contract.
Yes.
But now you have a Jean-Paul Gaultier designer singlet.
Well,
with Velcro fittings.
and unfortunately, it was made out of Playtex rubber, and I had a conversation with Jean-Paul about that. But you got to do what they say. You got to wear what they ask you to wear.
The man's a sadist, obviously, and under those lights.
Well, he certainly has a very singular vision of clothing in the 23rd century.
But just getting away from all the stuff you've worn, the way you've looked, the way the whole thing, isn't that a blast?
It is a blast. I mean, and it's one of the reasons that I still enjoy acting is because it's each time it's a new thing and it's a new challenge, and you get to wear new clothes and you get to walk in a different time and walk a different way, and that's the thing I think that keeps it interesting for me.
As somebody very used to working in the Hollywood fashion as such, how different was it to sort of been working in England, which I know you've done before, but I mean with Luke always on the camera dolly, I mean he's very present, he's not one of these distant people who watches it all through a monitor, is he?
It's actually a much more immediate sense of an immediate style of acting. Most of the time you've got to do a take, stop, turn the camera off, get out of in this case, the flying cab, go and talk to the guy and say, how was that? Is that what you wanted? And with Luke there, a lot of times we just kept the camera rolling, and I said, well, he says, good, do that, but now do this. And so it's a much more immediate sense of working in a much more organic way of trying new things.
Do you still enjoy making films?
I still do. I'm still learning how to act, and I'm still learning new things all the time, and different ways of telling the truth and different ways of being dishonest on film, and it's all an education for me.
I mean, that's a modest thing you're saying, you're still learning to act, although I'm sure it's true. But it must be hard to learn to act in a sort of film culture that wants to repeat itself all the time and doesn't want to wants actors to be themselves over and over again. We'd like to do it again. It's
hard to learn to act it's hard to function in a world that has a camera aimed at you, not the camera that's recording your acting work, but the media that is always judging you and trying to pigeonhole you and say Bruce Willis is this kind of actor, or X actor is this kind of actor and is this style, and that is a function really of the media and their efforts to explain the world of acting to people who don't know anything about it, and try and describe it and fill those column inches and fill that half hour of time that you have to fill for your shows. That really has so little to do with my work as an actor that it's another part of it that I'm constantly explaining myself, because I'm constantly doing interviews like this, and people say, well, what about this? We thought you were an action actor, and I've done films where there's been action and heroism and that kind of thing, but I've done a lot of different kinds of films, and unfortunately the focus has predominantly been on films that make a lot of money, because those are the ones that generate the most excitement.
But an actor who had less public recognition, less success than yourself, would probably go to a season at Summerstock or go to Steppenwolf or something like that. Do you regret that door's really shut to you, isn't it?
It's not shut to me. I recently fulfilled a dream of mine, and that is to get back on stage after 13 years. I just did a play in the town where I live in Idaho, of a Sam Shepard play called Fool for Love that I've been wanting to do for 13 years, and so I was able to do that.
And do you feel the audience come to see the Sam Shepard play, or do they come to see Bruce Willis movie star?
That's not for me to decide. It's my job as the actor to be interesting and to serve the script and to serve the work, and whether they come because of the Jean-Paul Gaultier costumes or because of it's Sam Shepard's work or because it's me, we just want to get them in the seats.
You can't let that other stuff stand in the way.
Well, it's not my business to worry about that. You know, it's my job as an actor to be interesting and to be watchable and to learn my lines.
And not bump into the furniture.
And don't bump into the furniture.
That's always a good rule. Finally, if Luc Besson came to you again, not maybe for the sixth element or a sequel or whatever, I mean, because they're always ups, they're always downs. It's not all a love feast, is it? I mean, would you go back?
Oh, of course. I had a great time working with him, and he's a great storyteller, and there are not many guys like that around. So I'd work with him again in a minute.
I play a mix between a lion cub, a bird, and an Ewok. It was amazing to shoot all that stuff. It was the first time I've ever done any sort of action things, so it was so brilliant. They had this whole ledge set up, and I had to jump into this big balloon thing and then fall through the cab. It was great. But that's how strong she is, that she just isn't hurt at all. She just kind of breaks through, and that's it. I trained 3 hours a day and then did ballet classes and theater groups, and it was amazing. There was a lot. I had major schedules every day, but it was so brilliant because after every day I would come back to my hotel room just so alive. He's so focused and so passionate and so he's just got such a feeling for his art, and he's so strong in what he wants. I mean, he knows what he wants. So it was so great for me because I just needed to open myself up as much as possible to just let him take whatever he wanted, because that's when it's going to be the best. Because he every single character, whether it's, you know, a person walking by the camera or an extra or anybody, he would talk to and tell them what he needed and get a relationship and a trust going. And he really emits so much trust with his actors. It's just insane and bright and fast and noisy and upside down and around and subways up and down and cars flying around and you know, people here, you know, buildings going 600 stories. I mean, it's insane. It's the 23rd century.
Gary, first of all, your friendship with Luc Besson predates the Fifth Element, doesn't it? When did you meet him, and what was your first impression of Luc?
I met Luc through a girlfriend of mine that was once a girlfriend of Luc's. So, and she said, "Oh, you'd like this guy. You should meet this guy." So he was in California, and we went to dinner, and I met him, and we hit it off. My French is dreadful, and his English at the time was a bit shaky, but we managed to kind of hit it off. And I'd seen some things that he had done that I'd like very much. The first film, The Last Battle, Le Dernier Combat, and then Subway. And it was, you know, just like one of those things when you meet someone and you go, yeah, I could work for this guy. And then that led to Leon, or The Professional, as it was known in the United States. And then of course I had a connection through my own movie. and then the call came to do the Fifth Element, which I took blind. So I just got the call from the south of France.
What did he say to you? He said, took it blind, just, I'm making another film.
I knew he was making the movie. And then he came in as a front man and a producer to my movie. And I got the call from my manager saying, oh, Lucas just called me from the south of France. It's a call I expected. It didn't sort of come out of the blue. And he said, will you be in the Fifth Element? And I said, yeah. So 3 minutes later, he called him back. He had his answer in 3 minutes.
How many directors are there that you've worked with to whom you would give the answer on so little evidence of the work?
Well, you tend to give the answer before you work with them. And after you've worked with them, I might not do it again. Yeah, there's. I mean, I've been lucky actually. I've worked with some great people that I would do that for. I'd work for Francis again. Oliver.
So were you surprised when gradually, and I imagine it was gradually, you came to realise what the Fifth Element was about? And when we hear stories of actors being given pages on the day and nothing before, did you any idea you were going into a science fiction extravaganza?
I knew it was science fiction. I knew it was futuristic. He said, oh, come and play this strange character who's a sort of arms dealer posing as a sort of pretentiously posing as a sort of art collector. What is it? Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg from Arizona. So I had an idea of what I was getting into. I didn't realize I was going to get into rubber, but that was a surprise waiting for me, and that superb thing I wear on my head, whatever that is, it's just the strange, wacky world of Jean-Paul Gaultier. So you just kind of you do a movie like this, so much of it is planned and worked out long before you're cast, like long before you get there, you know. So you are a piece, really, of a puzzle that has to kind of, you know, slot in, and you sort of have to surrender to the world of it, you know. You're acting with you know, Mangalore's men in rubber, you know, masks and lots of blue screen and green screen, you know, looking at stuff that isn't there. It's a lot of acting to nothing really, you know.
How did you find Zorg? I mean, it came across to me when I saw the film as sort of, I hope you don't take this as an insult, a sort of galactic trailer trash.
A galactic trailer trash. Can I use that?
You're very welcome to. But I mean, his sort of arms demonstration and the accent and everything, you just...
Yeah.
What did you model him on?
Well, I kind of... It was Luke's idea, really, to have the sort of teeth. He wanted these sort of slightly buck teeth. I don't know. I think it was when we were doing it. It was like the presidential. It was the campaigns going on, and I took a fancy to Ross Perot as a sort of. I was bless him, you know, but I was watching his him doing his campaign, and I thought, oh, I might steal. I might nick a bit of that. So I kind of based him on. I think at the press conference, someone asked me that question. And of course, in the world of the soundbite, you know, they said, who's, without some huge, great big long explanation, they said, oh, how do you get the character? And I said, it's Bugs Bunny meets Ross Perot. But I like galactic trailer trash, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, I like that. All right, you may borrow that and have my blessing. Did you get to know the detail of the script in one blast, or was it true, as we heard while the film was being made, that Luke was giving actors simply the relevant pages because of trying to keep this element of surprise open for them?
I got the script. And then, you know, obviously it went through changes, and just on a day-to-day working, you know, the schedule moved around a bit because it's you know, you can plan as much as you can plan with a movie like this, but you're at the mercy of things being ready when they say that they're going to be ready, like sets and, you know, well, today we were going to do this, but now they tell me they need one more day with the spaceship. So it went through changes, but I got a complete script.
Besson, I mean, belongs to a sort of tradition of European culture. He's not the sort of Hollywood machine filmmaker at all. Yet he was in that great big budget sort of area. Do you think he was happy with that responsibility of money and time and all that sort of pressure, or is he happier in films like Léon where he has complete control? Did you feel he's more comfortable with the smaller films?
I don't know how anyone could be really happy, you know, in a situation like that, with just the enormity of the movie, and the money and the clock ticking away. It's always been fun to shoot with Luke. We have a very kind of wacky relationship that's very physical, very slapstick, and it's always been, it's fun to go into work and work with him. So if he was under pressure, I mean, he handled it incredibly well. I can't imagine it is any, you know, I mean, I don't know what the budget's, you know, anywhere north of 90 million. I can't imagine that's fun with that riding on your shoulders. And just the expectation of it. It must be very daunting. But he, you know, most days he kept a smile on his face, you know. It's, but maybe Luke should go even smaller than Leon. Yeah.
I mean, the film The Fifth Element was launched here in Cannes with a party, the budget of which was larger than that of many British films, including one I believe you made yourself.
Yeah.
Does that perhaps offend you as a filmmaker, that amount of money can be spent on one end of cinema and to the starvation of the other?
Yes. Yeah. Starvation's actually quite an interesting word, isn't it? I mean,
second interesting word of the morning.
There's quite a few countries who are, you know what I mean? And you just think, you know, that kind of. I mean, I understand with a movie, you know, with a movie like this, people talk 50, 60 million for prints and ads. You know, 30, 40, 50 million to just get to get, that's, you know, separate from the budget, getting behind a movie like this to sell it. But yeah, 3 mil for a party's obscene. But there we are, you know. Most of them couldn't get in, so.
And do you think your relationship with Luke is an ongoing one in terms of films? I mean, when he makes the next call, would you say yes within 3 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, we there's a thing that we share where, you know, I call him the Frenchman. So if the Frenchman calls, you know, bring me the Frenchman. Let's look on the phone. I think he's probably gonna. I want to take a break myself, and I think he's gonna have a long rest after this one.
And finally, what was your reaction to the film? I know you saw it last Sunday rather than at Cannes, but when you first saw it finished with all the bits and all the bobs, I mean, did it sock you in the eye?
Yeah. It's you know, it has such a particular vision, the movie, and it's yeah, it's amazing to watch something like this. As I said, you know, there's a lot of things that you're doing that are not there, and then he says, you know, okay, now you're flying towards, you know, you're in the spaceship flying towards the Floston, you know, and then you see it and you go, wow, that's what I was doing, you know. It looks pretty good. And a lot of people worked on the film. Obviously, it's an army of people that work on a movie like this, and all shot at Pinewood, which is you know, it's good. It's good for us.
Good for the boys.
Yeah. Jobs for the boys, and last week when I saw it, you know, there was all the family and friends and all the people that have worked on the movie, and I think that everyone was, you know, thrilled with it, and their work, and you know, it's up there, it's up on the screen. So,
surprising thing is that it's so funny.
Yeah,
that's the nice thing about it.
First of all, it's way out. It's different. It's to the edge. The character I played was so versatile, and it had so much responsibility in the movie that it was a pleasure to do it, and I grew as like an actor and a performer. And the clothes that Luke wanted me to wear was way, way out, and I was like, hell no, I ain't wearing no dress, and I ain't wearing no this. So the stuff he got me in was stuff that we both liked, and I knew the character can ride through. So this movie have a lot of art in it, and it has a lot of style in it.
Luke, I know you wrote the first draft of this film when you were only a teenager. How similar was the draft you wrote then and
It's wrong.
All right, just correct me.
No, but yeah, because it was not a script at this time. I didn't know I will be a director in the future at this time. I was just looking for a friend, and I couldn't find it. I have no brothers, no sisters, no TV or thing like this, so I invent this world to escape mine. So I take my paper and my pen at 16 and start to write about this cab driver who can fly in New York in the 23rd century. That was the start, but there is somehow no story in it. It was just a story about this guy and his life, you know, like a cousin from Australia, or, you know, someone very far, you know.
Were you, as a teenager then, were you curious, or were you unhappy that you needed to invent a new world?
I can't move. I mean, I was like 60 kilometers from Paris. No train, no buses, no TV, no VHS, no Walkman. You know, it's a little difficult, you know.
Did you think you owe your success as a filmmaker to the isolation of those years then? To your vision?
I'm responsible for the movie. I'm not responsible for the success. At all. I mean, the success, it's something that I can't hold it. I don't know. It's, you know, people make the success or not of a movie because they choose to. It's their decision, and at the end, when the movie is finished, you're so humble in the front of it. It's like, Monseigneur, this is my present. And you just have to wait, because they can love it and they can hate it, and you never know. But, you know, I think if you really work hard and you're honest with your gift, if you really made your gift by hand, and it's something real that you really wants to offer, I mean, people maybe they feel it in a way, and they're maybe more, nice with you, but the success is a mystery.
Once you had become a filmmaker, did you ever think in real terms that the story, The Fifth Element that you'd written, was feasible as a film?
I started to think about it 6 years ago. Not at this time. At this time it was just a novel somewhere. But when you start a movie like this, so huge, like a big adventure, it takes just to see if it's feasible, if you can make it. It takes a year, because there is no way you can. I mean, when you in a script, when you wrote in the script, when I wrote, 15 manglers arrived in a room. How you do that? I mean, I don't even know how they look like. So with Patrice, we make a group of work with designers, and then we invent everything first. And then when we have the picture of the mangler, then we can give the mangler to a specialist who's going to tell you how we do that. Is it morphing? Is it plastic? Is it new product? Is it mechanic or computer or, And then the guy come back and say, okay, we can do it this way, and it costs this. And then it costs, I don't know, like $20,000, and then you have 25 manglers, and they just come in a room, So it's very difficult too. It takes, the process takes more than a year just to know if the movie was possible financially and technically. And at the end, it was not. It was not. The special effect told us, we think we can do this in a year or two because we don't have the machine yet. But probably the machine will be here in 6 months because we go fast. So at the end we decide to hold the project a little, to make it quiet and let some time to work again on the script and to see how things evolve in the technical process. So I did the Léon, the professional, during this time.
Why were you so secretive, if that's the word, about the film when it was being made? I mean, we heard that the script wasn't being given to the actors till the last minute, etc. Was it to guard the surprise for us, the audience?
There's two things. The secrecy with the technician and the actors, it's always for a specific purpose. I always have a good reason to do it, and it's not always the same reason for one to the other. I mean, for example, when you give to an actor, there is some part in the movie who does not relate to the story. And I always figure that if they knew everything, they will probably act differently. For example, the General Monroe, the first time he see Lilu, I don't want him to know. I want him to be surprised. Where she's from. So it's a way, it's always to help them. It's never against them. It's always to, sometimes when I see or I feel that it can be useful, then I explain.
Your company of European actors who you've used.
That's the first part of the question. The second part was the secrecy against the media or all these things. That's another reason. Why you put paper and a ribbon when you make a gift to someone? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not going to come to the birthday and say, oh, I bought you a razor, 17 function, black. That's what I'm going to give you in 5 minutes. I mean, it doesn't work. You have to put the paper, you have to put the ribbon, you have to give it, and you have to be scared. Say, I hope it doesn't have it, And that's the process that I love. I mean, it's to get this connection with the audience and say, this is my thing, here. And sometimes they're disappointed. It's true. Sometimes they say, I'm sorry, I have it already. Or, oh yeah, nice. what is it? And sometimes they enjoy it, you know. But the thing is, the media need movies as food, you know, and they want to take the bite. And I understand that and I respect that, but they have also to understand that this bite, they take the bite straight from the moviegoer, and I don't want. I want to give everything to him, you know. I would love to spend hours, in fact, to discuss with the media after the movie, when they have seen it, when we know, and then we can talk about it, but not before. And they always interest before, because that's the way they sell the media. And that's what it's bothered me. I'm not here for them. And I say that with a lot of respect. It's not disrespectful. You know what I mean? I respect, I understand, but they have to understand me also. I need these people. I make the movie for them.
The company of actors that you've used, European actors, over the years must be used to your way of working, but you must have had some nervousness about Bruce Willis when he first came to the project, because however good an actor he is, I mean, he is a Hollywood star. He comes with a certain American attitude. Did you have any worries about that?
That's what the press say most of the time. The press is not allowed on sets, so I don't know how they know that these kind of actors come with attitude, except from people inside. And if they say that, it's because probably they want to say something bad about them. I don't know, but you know, I will say that the Hollywood star system stay on the room, not on the set. On the set, everybody has to work. I mean, everybody. And when the camera is here, you know, Bruce is like everybody. He's concentrate, and he do his best. And you know, even if you're the world champion, you just can't beat the record like this. You have to be ready, you have to train and be focused, and it's the same. Bruce was probably one of the most focused, you know, things, and control and see everything and be ready in. And there's no attitude at all. And I mean, it's probably came also, I was very well prepared for the movie, so I really know what I want, so it was easy for me to explain. So then actors feel much more comfortable, because when the guy knows where he wants to go, that's easy to follow, you know. It's true that sometimes actors and actresses get nervous, because if they feel that the captain say, okay, let's go on the right, or, you know, then they say, wait a minute, where is this guy going? And they freaked out because their faces are on the screen and they're gonna pay, you know? So that's why they get nervous most of the time.
So it was a happy experience with all your cast on this film?
Happy, yeah, very happy experience.
And we've only a few, you know, about 30 seconds or so left, so I mean, just one last question, if it's capable of a short answer. What has happened to the world between the 20th century and the 23rd century, just in summary, that to produce the cities and the mix of life forms that we see?
In 2170, we were near the Third World War. It was a big problem at this time. You know, everybody was against everybody, and it was, you know, near the crash. And hopefully, some scientists, Americans and Europeans, find a way to get in a shorter time in the space. So suddenly, what happened in 1950 happened against means that Europe a few centuries ago was ready to collapse, and then they discover America and Asia and all these things. So everybody start fighting together and go for, you know, conquer new worlds. So we were near this Third World War when we discovered a way to go in space. So all the people feel more together and build things and start to get out and to start to discover all this world. So the peace on Earth came back, in fact, at this time. And we are lucky because we were near to really, you know, explode everything. The problem of the first expedition for like 80 years, the problem was water, in fact. So they bring a lot of water from the earth, because it takes 50 years before to find some planet with water. So it was that's why the level of water get down, in fact. But now it's more equilibrium, the level stay the same now. We're safe.
I use a lot of influences because I listen to a lot of music, a lot of different kind of music, because to me there is only one music. Well, two, the real one and the fake one. So only one. And to me, this music is everywhere. It can be classical or funky music or rock music or what they call now world music. Or as soon as it's sincere and emotional, it's music. And it has always been like this in all the countries and at all times. Luc is very directive also for the music. He doesn't really know, sometimes he wouldn't know what kind of music, but he knows precisely all the time what he wants to feel. Creating music for the 23rd century it's a bit different than for the Jean-Paul Gaultier, how do you call this? the clothes, or for the production designer, because they have to create what is supposed to be in the 23rd century. I don't really have to do this because I'm not creating the music of the 23rd century. Because usually the music I create, you're not listening to a CD in the movie, you are feeling an emotion, and emotion is the same. I think love has been the same 10 centuries ago, or it's always love. And music is more translating emotions.
Fifth Element was really all about special effects and visual effects.
You know what you are looking for. You know the image that you want, because the director explains you the image, or it's storyboarded. You look at this image, or you look mentally in this image, and you just try to imagine how we're going to do it.
There was sort of three main types of effects on the movie: the visual effects, the mechanical effects, and the creature effect.
It's also frustrating because 1 3-second big effect could last 9 months.
And I've done a lot of work in the fantasy genre, and I've done New York City about 6 times.
I'd say that the New York stuff was the scariest part for us.
Never really a sort of a futuristic fantasy version like in The Fifth Element.
What I've seen, and when Lilou is jumping in the streets, it's one of the most incredible sequences I've seen.
Luc had storyboarded the cab chase himself with a storyboard artist and said, "Here you go, Mark," boom, when we started the job. We whittled that down into about 65 shots. So when we first showed Luc the previs, I was very nervous about him sort of perceiving the shot through the crudeness of the image that we were presenting. And I was really impressed with Luc when he just looked at the shots, understood what he was seeing because he knew his shots, and then started directing them.
The Bruce Willis car chase, we shot the car against green screen on a set here. It was on a gimbal, so the car moved around.
We mainly, with the cars, it was mainly the stuff where the actors were involved. The gimbal actually helped them a lot, you know, because it took their mind off of having to move to the camera. We were basically making them move.
So the fact that we were doing most of it in daylight, the fact that the city felt like a place populated with people and not overrun with the scum of society, but just, you know, people living their lives was really important to the way we executed the show. And I remember the buzz on the movie as we were working on it was that, you know, it was going to be the next Blade Runner, and I didn't feel that way at all. While we were doing it, it was like the opposite. It was like the anti-Blade Runner.
Luke, like most directors, wants big explosions and lots of bullet hits and fire and you know, as much as he can get.
The blowing up of Floston at the time was the biggest indoor explosion on a stage that had ever been done. Bearing in mind the Bond stage had been on fire in the past, I think it was something we were all very nervous about.
That was quite a complicated set to design and rig.
It's something like 11 cameras on the explosion, and once we planted them, we just went down to the cafeteria at the other end of the Pinewood lot and waited.
Because the set was built right to the ceiling, and he basically wanted to see, you know, the whole thing blow up. So it was, you know, there's a lot of safety issues that we had to cover.
So we heard the thing go off. We walked out of the cafeteria, looked up the street up to the 007 stage at the end there, and the whole thing is smoking like chimneys coming out of the side vents. You know, it was pretty funny to watch.
It took about 26 minutes to put the fire out.
Fifth Element falls into an interesting point. Certain technologies were blossoming. Silicon gel technology for creature heads and prosthetics was just really beginning. And so the Mangalores were technically an advance on everything we'd done before, which was very difficult, but the result was wonderful. And also I was working closely with a visual effects department who Digital Domain were working and producing various things, and there were crossovers. It was an interesting precursor to where, when I work on a movie now, I work very closely with the visual effects supervisors, because most large-scale alien work is a 50-50 mixture of computer-controlled animatronics that we would provide and CG creatures which they provide.
I think a lot of people look at the weapons that we had on that movie and they compare their weapons to them, and how can we make it better than the weapon they had on Fifth Element.
Time of when we did it in '97, I think it all holds up really well, and I think a lot of it still holds up now.
Winning the BAFTA for Fifth Element was unbelievable, because we was up against Titanic, and when our name was called, it was just, we couldn't believe it.
I see the Fifth Element look popping up again and again in the feature films that I've seen since, and that makes me very proud.
In terms of estimating how you make a diva, that is an alien with the voice of an angel, how do you begin to do that? We all knew as filmmakers that this is exactly the kind of thing that you can end up regretting big time.
Are there any tickets left for this opera? I'm a really big fan.
You have a seat reserved, front row.
Thank you.
Action.
Now, will you just settle down and explain this to me calmly?
My first idea was to make a more outer space creature, something really weird and very poetic. When the idea, for example, for the diva was a real problem, because I must say almost everybody tried this bit. Finally, it's been built through several visions. That was very exciting.
The diva was the thing that first caught me about the picture. And initially, when we looked at it, we thought, okay, we have this drawing. It's a translucent metallic pale blue, and it's very beautiful, and it's very, very tall and thin, and the skirt and the dress have to look like they're part of the creature. And it has to play on the stage at Covent Garden without cables, without any interference. The actress has to be able to be free to perform. So there was a certain sort of frisson about how the hell are we going to pull all this off. First thing we did was work out, we wanted originally to do it in a translucent silicon. We worked out that it would weigh so much that Maywin would just collapse. She would be unable to function. So in the end, we decided we'd do it in foam latex, and we would paint it with interference colours, which are like iridescents that change their particular look and their hue and their tone, depending on the angle you're viewing them from, so it would shimmer. And we arranged, to have it hit with a very strong key light, which would make the iridescence flare. And all of that eventually, worked well.
We recorded it with a real diva, with a real orchestra, with a real chief, a true opera team, except that we introduced that in a kind of machine that you have in a sound studio, which opens the difference of the level of the voice. Normally a voice could make 2 octaves. So in this piece it's 4.5 octaves. It's impossible for any single real voice. So people listen to that and think, what a diva. It's impossible.
We shot the scene in Covent Garden, which was at that point, I think we are probably the last bit of film to be shot in the old Covent Garden.
We're gonna start by the song. At the end you stand up, applause, and then something happens.
One of the things that Luke wanted to capture absolutely was the genuine look of astonishment on the faces of the audience. We got our extras into position, and then he explained to them that what they were about to see was something very unusual. They didn't know how the scene was constituted. And his first shoot was favouring the audience, so he was on the audience the very first time. So the reaction that he got from the audience was genuinely wonderment, and incidentally from Bruce Willis, whose reaction was, it was very, very important that this cynical Corbin Dallas was going to be wowed like a child when he saw her there, and that's in the film. That look that crosses Bruce's face is a genuine kind of, oh my God, because this vision, this blue vision appeared in front of everybody in the middle of Covent Garden. It was quite surreal and really genuinely wonderful. It's a great moment.
I'm Jean-Claude Mézières. I'm known in Europe for science fiction stories of Valérian. Luc Besson called me for his project of this movie, and I want to hire you for my project, and I pay for you for that. And I thought it was very nice. It was a good introduction. In this huge decor, I did some drawings of little flying taxis, because the flying taxis were just part of my Valerian story to fill the decor. It was nice, and look at those drawings. I said, oh, those little flying taxis, they're funny. Could you draw a bigger one for me? I did another drawing of the taxi, and he said, what about the police cars? So I did a drawing of a police car. Nothing was in the story, nothing happened for the whole year. And then it's only 2 years later that I learned that he had used those ideas for the concept. And I must say that this image of the 6 police car waiting for the taxi to come by is one of the most hilarious sequence of the movie, and so successful. Here's the concept of New York that Denvey and we worked on. Let's dig New York down to the bottom of the ocean, and let's build everything on the top of the usual buildings, the buildings we know. And to bring the feeling of there's a real New York everybody can refer to, and then also something very futuristic and very unknown down to the bottom. And we constructed the airport here, Statue of Liberty, and it's a vision of what New York maybe will be in the 23rd century. This example here was that big view of New York. When Luc saw it, he said, okay, I like it. And one day you will see it on the screen. It took 5 years. But they did a perfect job at Digital Domain to really recreate the drawing. It's exactly the same. The view of New York that I liked the best, and which been the reference to the staff of Digital Domain to build all those beautiful models they made. Mark Stetson looked at this drawing, he said, what are all those little dots you did here? The subways, you see one horizontal, one going down, one going up. To me, it's the vision in one drawing. I bring all the feelings of that. It's up to you now to make it real. And in fact, they really kept very cautiously all the details in their models. Everything is exactly like I draw. You can see in the movie, they kept everything. The reference with the big numbers on the buildings, the subway going down, and horizontal and vertical. This is one of the first views of the lab when Lilou is recreated. And from the script, she received shoes, panties, a t-shirt, and her shorts through the machine. And I said, it's probably not the best idea because, how can an alien know how to tie the laces of her shoes? So they rewrote the story later. Jean-Paul Gaultier took care of that, and finally, she's perfect in the movie. So everybody really went to the trouble of imagining how could this machine work. And I think the final scene is a little mixed of a little bit everybody with the concept of this round room, which is beautiful with the golden atmosphere. Some drawings were very difficult to adapt. Others have been really simple. If you see, this is the corridor with all the people, the passengers sleeping to go to Flushton Paradise. And by God, they really did exactly the same set. Just, like microwave ovens. And the air hostess are walking in this corridor and everybody's going to sleep. And it's exactly what happened in the movie. The drawing of Flushton Paradise. It was exactly what Luc asked me for, to do something in the mind of one of my books, Sur les frontières, where he saw this huge casino, flying casino, and he said, I like those huge bays with, you can see the planets, you can see the spaceships coming by, and I would have loved to have that and the decor. And so I proposed this. And when Lilou walks into the entrance of that, she says, wow, because she enjoys the scene. And I was there when they shot that, and I said, wow, also perfect like everybody says.
Jean-Paul.
Jean-Paul.
Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Jean-Paul Gaultier is a sweet angel. It's just the strange, wacky world of Jean-Paul Gaultier.
For the cinema, I have to deal in some way, or to work, or to collaborate with someone and is the boss. In the catwalk, I am the boss.
Jean-Paul is totally crazy and so talented and so modern. It's like madness.
To be honest, the important thing is to speak with Luc. So it was like to speak with him because, the vision, futuristic vision, it can be whatever. Futuristic can be retrospective. It can be like it was in the 17th century or like at the prehistorical time. It could be that too. What will be futurist? So I have to have his concept of what is futurist. The idea was more like to see the particular character, Gary Oldman, Bruce Willis, Mila, Ruby Rose,
which was very important too. So those characters, that was one of the principles that I work a lot.
Well, he certainly has a very singular vision of clothing in the 23rd century.
But it was not at all a joke. It was only because I think he's athletic and it goes well, you know?
Yeah, sure.
It has to be something very simple and very functional, and something not that look like strange or futuristic, you know? It has to be like something people know, but the difference was that the one that he has maybe in Die Hard was not in rubber, like that one. That one was in rubber, and maybe the back was a little different with like bandage and that kind of thing. I should say that mine was a little more sexy than the one in Die Hard.
You noticed that, huh? Had a conversation with Jean-Paul about that. But you got to do what they say. You know, you got to wear what they ask you to wear.
I had an idea of what I was getting into. I didn't realize I was going to get into rubber.
What?
And that superb thing I wear on my head, whatever that is.
Oh, it's for the Supreme. Oh, sorry. I didn't know your size, and I.
Uncle, just to meet him in person and to have him specially design clothes for me was amazing.
She was there lying, he was imaginating, and she should have something like bandage to take her, you know. So his idea was, I want her like nude, but she's not nude. So from that, like, it was more precise how it should be, and it should be all the atmosphere, it should be with white and purity, etc. So I was saying, okay, it will be white, purity, and after I was thinking, like, maybe it should be nice, like, to make an outfit where it look like if it is the real bandage that becomes the outfit. So if she is with the bandage, she goes out with the bandage, and she is nude in reality. So that was the idea. So it became more clear because the scenario was more precise.
Unbelievable! Jean-Paul Gaultier was like, this is beautiful, I knew you would love this, that. I was like, no, I do not like that. But I started wearing the stuff and I started getting into the character, and the costume helped me create that character a lot. I thank Jean-Paul Gaultier for that. When I got there and Jean-Paul Gaultier, I seen all his clothes he wanted me to wear. I was like, oh, this ain't gonna be nothing like I ever done before.
Let's say that, to be honest, that was the one where it was the most Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Shh, this gonna be hard. It's the best show I ever did.
The day we have this big, huge crowd, like 900 people, he was at the entrance of the set and he was checking the 900 extras one by one before they come in the set. Everybody was online, and sometimes it's just, take the hat, change the hat, or take a rope, or take a piece of tissue and change something and say, okay, next.
I love it. I think I was at the same time surprised. It's very difficult to have a very spontaneous reaction, when you see a movie where you have work, because I knew the first scenario, after the second one, I know the personage, I know a little of the story and some effect he wanted. But to see it, I must say, so normally I should not have been so surprised, but I was surprised, interested. I laugh a lot. I think it's very good that he put the comic part. I think that Ruby Rose is extraordinary. Truly, I love it. I think it's a very beautiful movie.
This whole experience is like a fairy tale.
He certainly has a very singular vision.
It's amazing to watch. I think it's a very beautiful movie.
So all together made something special.
It was pretty cool.
In 1996, 9 of the 12 sound stages at Britain's Pinewood Studios, and for a time, London's Royal Opera House, were occupied by one of the most secretive projects in filmmaking history. French filmmaker Luc Besson, director of such cult movies as Nikita and Leon, was filming an epic science fiction adventure, The Fifth Element.
I was very interested also to show that the future is not specifically dark and dangerous, and this future is very funny.
Luc always wanted to do to do a sci-fi movie. I've always been very involved and very interested by sci-fi.
The Fifth Element was the largest production ever filmed at Pinewood Studios. It had the biggest special effects budget of all time and was one of the most expensive productions in the history of French cinema.
Suddenly we went to $93 million. So we have over 1,000 people on the payroll. It was an incredible experience, you know. We were crazy.
The story begins in Egypt in 1914. As a race of aliens searches for the mysterious fifth element. The film then leaps forward to New York in the 23rd century. Bringing these two different worlds to life was to be one of the biggest challenges for the filmmakers. Luc Besson first conceived the story while still a young boy.
I didn't know I would be a director in the future at this time. I was just looking for a friend, and I couldn't find it. I have no brothers, no sisters, no TV or thing like this, so I invent this world to escape mine. My paper and my pen at 16 and start to write about this cab driver who can fly in New York in the 23rd century.
This became the basis for his unpublished novel called Zaltman Blaireau.
At that time, he had a lot of stories in his head.
The hero was Zaltman Blaireau. He was a worker in a jet factory. The basic story was there. The menace of the big, big round, evil planet coming to Earth. But it was different. There was lots of other stories.
After his cinematic success with Nikita and Atlantis, he transformed the story into a screenplay.
I remember very clearly I signed the first writing agreement while we were shooting The Big Blue.
Unfortunately, his ambitious script was 400 pages long.
So it was a huge story, maybe 2 stories.
So we spent 9 years to write, prepare, and decide this film.
Besson solved this problem by working with Hollywood screenwriter Robert Mark Kamen, and together they broke the story down into 2 separate parts.
Luc has been helped a lot by Robert, because Robert, as a US writer, knows that it's not possible to make a film when it's 250 pages.
The first would become the basis for The Fifth Element.
When you start a movie like this, so huge, like a big adventure, it takes just to see if it's feasible, if you can make it. It takes a year.
We already spent something as $7 or $8 million before to make the decision in prep.
In creating a look for the 23rd century, Luc Besson made 2 decisions which would prove fundamental to the film's design and its enduring popularity.
Wow. When I wrote, 15 manglers arrived in a room. How you do that? I mean, I don't even know how they look like.
It needed to be fitted, not only with words, but with images.
Firstly, Besson hoped to create an entirely credible future based on evolutionary stages.
Europe a few centuries ago was ready to collapse, and then they discover America and Asia and all these things. So everybody start fighting together and go for, conquer new world. So we were near this Third World War when we discovered a way to go in space. So all the people feel more together and build things and start to get out and to start to discover all this world. So the peace on Earth came back, in fact.
Secondly, he hired a team comprising some of the most gifted designers and conceptual artists in the world. Their task was to imagine what the world of the 23rd century would actually look like.
So with Patrice, we make a group of work with, you know, designers.
He wanted really to create a studio. It was, you know, it's more like an art studio. This studio was made with people like Mobius, was more like advising, and Jean-Claude Mézières, and a lot of young artists.
Dan Vale was the production designer on the film. He came with Luc right at the beginning.
Most of these guys didn't have read the script. I think I did. I was maybe the only one who did. So I was telling them more or less what we were looking for.
He was someone who hadn't had an established track record in the international side of things, so he was someone who was very anxious to prove himself and to be part of Luc's dream, which was deliberate by Luc. He didn't want somebody who had an established style.
The work of a designer when you are designing a movie, whatever it is, a parent movie as a modern movie or a contemporary movie, is first to create the iconography of the movie. On a sci-fi movie, you don't have images, or you steal images. I mean, when I say steal, I said we are all stealing the work of somebody, or we have all reference.
He had this very simple idea to bring on board the main comic designer, comic strips, you see that? Okay, designer we have in France, which are Mézières and Mobius.
So instead of looking at their work, it was much easier to have them working with us.
Among this conceptual team were two of the most renowned artists in French comics. Jean Giraud, alias Mobius, and Jean-Claude Mézières.
When he called me for his project of this movie, he said, you know, I've been a reader for your stories for a long time. I want to hire you for my project and I pay for you for that. And I thought it was very nice. It was a good introduction to the work.
This team of people, I think we were 11, 12 to work for 6 months with only designing ideas.
But he would give each and every person a different part of his vision that would enable them to assume their own identity with that vision.
And then we invent everything first.
Everything in the Fifth Element was designed. Nothing existed because it's science fiction. So every telephone, every pencil, even the cigarettes that Bruce smokes are designed.
And everybody was looking in the same direction, sure, looking for ideas, looking for concept.
Luc was saying, okay, boys, you know, astonish me, make me dream, you know, and the technical part will take care of that.
He was able to be totally open-minded to new ideas, to new possibilities.
The way of working was every week was a theme, like cars or like interiors or like food or like whatever.
And Luc passed every day because when they were finished, they were putting on the wall their finished job, and Luc said, I take that. I don't know, garbage.
I like this, that's a good idea, I like this color, I like this texture. And we did this for 3 or 4 months.
He collected day after day a lot of those sketches in order to feed himself and to prepare his production design.
One evening he saw that big drawing on the wall, he said, oh, I like this drawing. You know, you're gonna see it on the screen. It took 5 years, but I saw it on the screen when this is the airport with all the view of New York and the jet going to Flushing Paradise coming across the screen. It's exactly my drawing, you know. And at that time, that sequence almost didn't exist in the script. He really built up his movie from some of the drawings, and of course, because the drawings he picked were close from what he was imagining.
What was interesting was the fact that it was some sort of exchange of ping-pong game, bouncing game from everybody to everybody. Later on, people were more allocated to one set or one precise concept. Mobius worked a lot on spaceship, and Jean-Claude worked a lot on the concept of the city.
We built the new New York for the 23rd century way up there to the real New York, and then very much down the bottom too. But I wanted to keep some looks of what is still the New York that everybody knows. It looks like New York, crazy New York, but it has the same feeling.
That was the first part of the process. Few weeks or few months later, a normal art department came and began to draft technically what have been more or less decided by Luc.
Imagining how people might dress in the 23rd century would be the task of one of fashion's best-known designers.
Who is in Europe the best idea for a sci-fi film? Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Futuristic can be retrospective. It can be like it was in the 17th century or like at the prehistorical time. You know, it could be that too. What will be futurist? You know, so I have to have his concept of what is futurist.
Jean-Paul Gaultier was like, "This is beautiful, and you would like this that." I was like, "No, I do not like that."
So we spoke about that, and we agree like to make a mixing of things that are supposed to be in the future, which means technological, like clothes that should be like that, in general, and things that are a little of today.
He and Luc together is just insanity because Jean-Paul is totally crazy and so talented and so modern, and Luc is so insane and so wonderful and so modern, and the both of them together, it was like madness.
Help!
As well as creating a convincing future landscape, the team worked for 11 months to design a complete world. British prosthetic makeup expert Nick Dudman, a veteran of Batman, Indiana Jones and The Empire Strikes Back, relished the task of bringing these bizarre creatures to life.
When he first introduced me to Luc Besson, the question of all the various other alien species came up, like the Mondoshawan, who were in huge, great bronze spacesuits, at which point I said, well, I've never done anything like that.
From my point of view, today, he's the most talented guy in the world for creatures.
The designs for each species were locked. He had had concept artists like Mobius in France working on these for some time, and he viewed them very much as locked designs. You know, the brief was, here is this, build me several of that.
Luc's trust in Nick was absolutely total. He was adored Nick.
The Mangalores, these sort of space thugs, were a design that came from the art department that we then mutated. The frontline ones were silicon gel heads, which at the time were very difficult to produce. The material was very new to us and very new to the industry in the way it was used. But it produced a wonderful surface and very lovely translucent, soft flesh feel. And they were radio-controlled animatronic heads. One of my crew did the lip-syncing for them. But it was all very hands-on. We weren't running computers like we would do nowadays, that kind of thing. It was quite an experiment.
Revenge is at hand.
Although Luc Besson had previously worked with several members of the crew, notably cinematographer Thierry Arbogast, composer Eric Serra, and production designer Dan Vale, it was clear that The Fifth Element would be a far more ambitious undertaking than anything they had ever worked on before.
Dan, as production designer, was responsible for all the set building, the construction of almost 99% of the film. which means not just sort of building walls, but also interfacing with special effects and visual effects.
You meet with the people involved, like first production with visual effects, special effects, prosthetic effects, and we discuss and we see, okay, what can be done, how we can do this.
Is it morphing? Is it plastic? Is it new product? Is it mechanic or computer or, you know?
And I will say, I can do this, and Mark will say, I can do this, and we said, okay, but maybe it's better to do this. And Neil or Nick Dunham will say, but maybe we can do this and this. So it's an organic work.
Finally, Luc Besson was ready to make the film.
The process took more than a year just to know if the movie was possible financially and technically.
Unfortunately, he was soon to discover that one important element was missing.
The special effect told us, we think we can do this in a year or two because we don't have the machine yet.
Well, the film had been in pre-production for some time, and then Luke set it aside for a while and did The Professional. And I think he did that in the sense of waiting for digital technology to catch up with some of his ideas on the film.
We decided to make The Professional because it was simple, quick, and it was also the first step in an English-speaking film in order to help us for the next one.
During the break, the box office success of Leon, also known as The Professional, gave Luc Besson's career the international boost it needed. And The Fifth Element rapidly began to regain momentum.
They gathered all the drawings we've produced, and that's their approach to those drawings to decide, okay, this is a great scene to be shot in the new script.
It's a huge luxury to be able to come back to work and to redo, to keep only what you like and to redo what you don't think is still good or good enough 3 years after.
They did something fantastic. They didn't need me, you know. I brought the ideas, and after that was up to them.
The miniature builds following Mezier's work and a really good miniature team, finishing up the buildings and decorating them and all the fun stuff like the signage and the little gadgets and the weird things that you see in any city, fire escapes and odd lights that mean nothing. And
when I was invited to Pinewood Studios, you know, it was for this scene, and I saw exactly my drawings. I was working inside my drawings, you know, huge drawings. It was fantastic, really.
Before production could begin, another important element would need to be found.
I've met Bruce a few years ago, and we talk about the script. And I do The Professional, and then I come back. So when I was ready, you know, at the end the script was ready, the money was here. So then I went to see Bruce.
Normally, Hollywood film stars are reluctant to commit themselves to a movie. But with superstar Bruce Willis, things moved much faster.
I came in New York, I gave him the script. I went shopping for 2 hours, I come back 2 hours later, he said, it's great, I do it.
I like to do films that I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to succeed in, so there's always that risk of failure.
Luc Besson's film was for him, I think, first a funny experience for him, and second, a good way to manage his career.
He wanted very much to work with someone as passionately, artistically literate as Luc.
He's a great storyteller, and there are not many guys like that around. So
Bruce and me, we plugged since the beginning, and it was very honest relationship, lots of talk.
What's up, baby? What are you doing?
He came to work and he worked brilliantly every day. He was great to work with. Great fun.
it is a blast. I mean, and it's one of the reasons that I still enjoy acting is because it's each time it's a new thing and it's a new challenge, and you get to wear new clothes and you get to walk in a different time and walk a different way, and that's the thing I think that keeps it interesting for me.
Major Dallas, you've been selected for a mission of the utmost importance.
What mission?
Save the world.
Because I'm on the camera, sometimes the actors are very close to me. You know, if I make a shot like this, the actor is like 2 feet from me. So during the take, sometimes I talk a lot and I push them. Stay down here, stay here, breathe, breathe, breathe.
It's actually a much more immediate style of acting. Most of the time you've got to do a take, stop, turn the camera off, get out of the, in this case, the flying cab, go and talk to the guy and say, how was that? Is that what you wanted? And
Gary knows me, so it was easy, but Bruce and Ian was a little, you know, disturbed by that. But we talk about that and they love it after, in fact.
With Luke there, a lot of times we just kept the camera rolling and I said, well, he says, good, do that, but now do this. And so it's a much more immediate sense of working in a much more organic way of trying new things.
It gives so much complicity because I'm here, I'm in the middle of the game. And the more I push them, the more they want to give me also. Because an actor, if you take care of him, if you push him, if you ask him things, he's happy. No, you come closer. Come closer.
I'm still learning how to act, and I'm still learning new things all the time, and how to, different ways of telling the truth and different ways of being dishonest on film.
They're always very excited. As soon as I ask something more, I'm excited and I want this and this, they always follow. And when they are excited, generally they are more creative and they propose more things.
I learn things about acting from every film that I do.
With Bruce on board, the rest of the cast soon fell into place. Gary Oldman, who had co-starred with Jean Reno in Luc Besson's Leon, also known as The Professional, was the director's first choice to play the evil Zorg.
Anyone care to explain? Gary and Luke have a kind of feral energy.
One of my best friends since, you know, a few years now, so he's my family.
And he said, will you be in The Fifth Element? And I said, yeah.
To jump in a sci-fi movie with all these things was very strange for him.
I knew it was science fiction. I knew it was futuristic. So I had an idea of what I was getting into.
The first time that he have seen the outfit of Zorg, he was very, very confused and shocked.
Oh, no. And you sort of have to surrender to the world of it.
At the end of the stairs, position. He's a weird character because he's very strong and very dark, but in the same time, he has a lot of panache. But I love Zorg.
Gary Oldman, he was fabulous. I always felt sorry for him to have the ridiculous hairpiece he had, which was just so wonderful.
Are you making fun of me?
We have so much fun on the set with him.
We have a very kind of wacky relationship.
There's a sort of animal fundamental thing that goes on between the two of them.
Very physical, very slapstick.
So, what's the next shot?
I don't know. I have like 15 minutes of dailies with takes that we were obliged to cut because we were laughing. I can make a short movie about that, you know, about just the laugh of Gary and me on the set. It was so funny.
I know.
After an extensive search of some 5,000 girls worldwide, Luc Besson finally chose Ukrainian-born model Mila Jovovich as the perfect Lilu.
Luke's casting was very, very eccentric. He was looking for faces, he was looking for peculiar character performances that would make an impact very, very quickly. Luke, in his search for the perfect Lilu, I think interviewed not hundreds but thousands of beautiful women, and I suppose somebody had to do that.
Lilu, to me, is the future.
He said, you know, you must understand that in the process of finding my Lilu, he said, you know, I really have to be able to fall in love with her.
A sweet, sweet, sweet angel.
And of course she's sweet. She doesn't need to have an attitude. She's not insecure. Me, fifth element. Supreme being. Me, protect you.
I asked her if she will give everything.
I was in the gym 3 hours a day. I didn't even know some of the muscles in my body existed that my trainer pulled out of me.
And she was brilliant.
He really didn't want anybody else to know, especially Bruce, to know what my language is all about. So Bruce would really have the surprise, for real, when I first started speaking it, because in the scene in the cab where I fall in and start talking to him, Bruce had never heard me speak in this language before. So his reaction was real because it was amazing to hear it and try and like understand what I'm saying. And then finally when I say boom, he's like, okay, I get that.
Boom, yeah. I understand boom.
Bada boom. Boom.
Big.
Big.
Yeah, big bada boom.
Big. Bada big boom. Big.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, big bada boom.
Bada boom.
Big. Boom. Big bada boom.
British actor Ian Holm, star of Alien and more recently The Lord of the Rings, would play the pivotal role of the priest Vito Cornelius.
Time is of no importance, Mr. President. Only life is important.
But it was comedian Chris Tucker who would arguably steal the show as distinctive DJ Ruby Rod.
Unbelievable! Chris Tucker was unbelievable.
It's a pleasure, in fact, because he can make like 15 takes, different takes with different intonation, and you know, it's like going to a supermarket, you know, and take everything you need for your editing.
He trusted me, and I trusted him because I didn't know nothing about the movie, and I didn't know nothing about the character, so my part was a stretch for me because I never did anything like that before, and it was so far from me and what I do in America's stand-up comedy.
Chris was quite a handful. He had to embody the nature of that mad leopard-skinned DJ.
I seen all his clothes he wanted me to wear. I was like, oh, this ain't gonna be nothing like I ever done before. Right now I'm finna jump off a 20-story building with no pads, because I don't like pads to slow down the jump. So, you know, I'm gonna do it. Took little mannerisms from Prince, Michael Jackson. It just made it wild and funny and loud and, you know, arrogant, flamboyant and all that stuff.
Luke deliberately, in my opinion, was mixing two whole taboo areas of the African American and the homosexual, and that was fascinating. It created this peculiar character that nobody could get any register on.
I will play the rest later after the concert, because right now it's not perfect to say the word of the day.
He says himself that he is between like Prince and Michael Jackson. Maybe me, I should say that maybe it's not Michael, but more Janet or not German, maybe LaToya Jackson.
That's the best show I ever did.
The remainder of the cast was as eccentric as it was eclectic. British comedian Lee Evans.
Hello, Steve. Welcome to the Suguri. Welcome to the
Former Beverly Hills 90210 star Luke Perry.
So I've got some time.
British musician Tricky.
I'm not on the plane.
What?
Baron Munchausen star John Neville.
The ship is in combat formation.
And yes,
Cash. Been here long?
Yeah, long enough. Come on, give me the cash.
that's Mature Kasovitz, future star of Amelie.
That's a very nice ad.
You like it?
The huge international cast had one thing in common, a desire to bring Luc Besson's vision to life.
It's a chance of a lifetime to work with someone that involved and that passionate about their art.
Luc has a very important quality for a director. He has charisma. So when he's meeting someone, as an artist, I mean, his charisma is very effective.
It's my first criteria is working with someone who I think is a good storyteller, which really all good directors are. You know, that it's, and which is goes back to caveman days. In cave times, there was one guy who was the guy who said, today we killed this big mastodon and here's how we did it, and he made it very exciting, and he was a good storyteller, and now today we call them directors.
Not only is he one of the youngest directors, but he's so perceptive and he's so sure of what he wants.
What your friends left and right before to say?
He's everything in the film. He's the writer, the cameraman, the cinematographer, the actor, the acting coach. he's everything, and through that, he gets so much respect from his actors that they can't work hard enough to please him.
No jokes, all right? No.
He's able to create a kind of energy on the shooting set that transmits itself, especially to the actors, but also to the crew.
He could literally point on a sculpt and say, you know, that's great, that bit is not right.
That's not right. That shit wasn't good.
But unlike a lot of directors, he could also tell you why.
I want it to be done this way. So he'll tell you exactly what he wanted. He didn't hold nothing back.
When I want to show to an actor, most of the time I say the line, or I say the expression, or I show the expression.
You know, it's fast after a quick. Or you do everything slow and then it's boring.
And the funny thing is, I am the worst actor in the world. I'm unable to play anything except the part in my movie.
Every single character, whether it's the police officer, whether it's Matthew Kasowitz playing the mugger, whether it's Corbin Dallas or Zorg or Lilu, we're all sides of Luke's personality.
Almost every day, there would be some surprise. There'd be something that we didn't anticipate, that he would pull out of his back pocket and would charm us or electrify us.
It's fun to go into work and work with him.
You know with his films that you're in the hands of a master.
Principal photography began in the deserts of Mauritania, where the film's opening sequences would be shot. From there, the project moved to the world-famous Pinewood Studios, home to such productions as The Mummy Returns, Tomb Raider and Bond.
We needed 9 sets at the same moment. While we were shooting on a set, we needed 8 other sets to be prepared in order to move from a set to another. There is not a lot of places in Europe where you can have 9 sets at the same moment. The second reason is we needed the construction people with enough experience to build sci-fi. And there is one place where they have this experience, which is London.
We had the task of building like a motion base, a gimbal for the vehicles to go onto. We got a little model of a car. Luke said I want it to be 16 foot long and I want it to be 8 foot wide, and we basically had to make that from zero. Then we had to build the motion base to build it on, which had to be computer controlled so that we could link it in with the camera. Luke wanted it to go at certain degrees. He wanted to put it out vertical.
When you say left, you want me to turn right. You have to go right to escape, but don't wait that the car go back to... No, I'll stay with it. At the end, the big turn is left, but you have to control it like a car, you know? Yeah. But it's but the car is turning this way, so I'm turning the wheel that way.
The gimbal actually helped them a lot because it took their mind off having to move to the camera. We were basically making them move. We would strap Luke to the bonnet of the car, which he tended to want to do a lot. He likes to get involved.
Play your violent impact.
And we'd be throwing them about all over the place, and it would be realistic. She would be moving the same time as he, you know, all the jerks were in the right place, and Luke was hanging on the bonnet while all this was going on.
Although 9 of the 12 sound stages at Pinewood Studios would be taken over by the production, one crucial sequence would require the use of London's Royal Opera House.
The diva scene is something very close to me because I'm a fan. I'm an opera fan. That's the part of the film which comes from me.
My first idea was to make a more outer space creature, something really weird and very poetic and maybe a little bit difficult to draw, to build. To draw, it's easy, it's always easy to draw, more or less, but to build and to make it real, it's probably more difficult.
At one point the diva was going to, in the second part of her song, was going to produce wings, like a butterfly, which were going to be computer generated. And when Luke saw the diva as we had prepared her, he decided it was unnecessary, that the impact was strong enough. The first time that we actually saw her perform, actually do the song and dance to the music was on the first take. And the music started, the curtains opened, and she performed. And what you see in the film was her first go at it. And it was magic.
I used to go onto the set when they were filming that just because of the soundtrack was incredible, and you know, it was one of them scenes that you could just watch over and over again and just be mesmerised by it.
After 109 days of shooting, the film wrapped with the largest indoor explosion ever created.
Boom!
Filmed in the massive 007 soundstage.
Like most directors want big explosions and lots of bullet hits and fire and you know, as much as he can get.
We have this big explosion in the main hall in the film, and the explosion was like huge.
The biggest indoor explosion on a stage that had ever been done.
It's a real explosion. Nowadays a lot of explosions are computer generated. But that one was, I'm very pleased to say, the real McCoy. We did blow up the set.
On paper it sounded very simple, but it turned out very difficult. The set was built right to the ceiling, and he basically wanted to see, you know, the whole thing blow up.
So from a very early point in the film, the design of the set had to be worked out as to how Bruce would come off the balcony.
We had rockets firing across on wires. We had the whole schmozzle, you know, and it was great to film, and it was a very, very exciting.
This day was an incredible day, for example. We had a lot of extras, Bruce Willis, the actors, firemen, everyone, 12 cameras, a huge explosion, and the extras directed by the first assistant, who is an incredible guy, with a sifflet, comme on dit, sifflet. With the whistle, yeah. He was directing, because of the explosion of all of that, he was directing the extras with the whistle. It was absolutely incredible to do that.
Bearing in mind the Bond stage had been on fire in the past, I think it was something we were all very nervous about.
As the smoke cleared, principal photography was complete.
This is the last take! Only if you're very good!
But for another element of the crew, thousands of miles away in Los Angeles, California, months of hard work lay ahead. They would combine the live-action elements with pioneering digital effects.
We didn't find in the UK a company of a sufficient size to achieve and produce such an amount of visual effects.
After canvassing special effects houses worldwide, the filmmakers chose James Cameron's Digital Domain, where Mark Stetson would supervise the state-of-the-art visual effects.
Luke really had this movie in his head before I met him. And that was a great pleasure as well as a great challenge.
And we brought the guy of the visual effects of Digital Domain, Mark Stetson. We brought him on the shooting during the entire shooting in London.
Mark is an extremely highly principled and self-regulating human being, you know, and he takes his work very, very seriously.
When we were asking Luke questions, you know, on set while we were shooting something, I'd say, well, if you handle it this way, what would happen? Or I'd say, what do you mean when you say you want this to be red rather than black? Or, you know, I'm making that up, but I would watch him sort of look up and run the movie in his head and then give you the straight answer, just like, boom, and that was it. And he could decide, because he had the whole movie in his head, and I was astonished by that.
Actually, it was between going on the Titanic or The Fifth Element. And
Jim Cameron's awesome, but I'd had the opportunity to work on a few shows with him prior to that, and I thought with Luc Besson, I knew, wow, this is going to be a really like artsy, creative, different kind of show. So I hadn't even met Mark Stetson before. He joined Digital Domain. We kind of briefly met. He took off for London, and I took off shortly after.
And so they actually came out right at the very beginning and sat down with Luc and with Dan Vale and with the designers and worked out with everybody how it looked.
I started going through all this artwork with Dan Vale, the production designer, and I just was blown away and thought, oh my gosh, what have I bitten off here? And Luc had storyboarded the cab chase himself with a storyboard artist and said, here you go, Mark, boom, when we started the job. We whittled that down through the rounds of sort of development and what can we afford to do for this movie, discussions into about 65 shots, and started previs in London while we were shooting the sequences with a small team brought over from the States.
So we had a digital New York. One of the big things that was great about it is we had the 24 scale models in the computer, the dimensions of the stage, and we had a little setup where if we did a camera move and we went outside the stage, the screen turned one color and we're like, oh, okay, we can't shoot that. Or if the buildings turned a certain color, we knew that we had gone beyond our model buildings, and now we were into CG land. So it was great because it was driving the moves we would shoot on stage, and it was helping us to really bid the shots and know what was in it and plan for it.
We've produced folders for every single set have been to be had digitally with texture, with colors. Even most of the things have been designed and drafted as it should have been built. So they had some sort of continuity between our work and their work.
When we first showed Luc the previs, I was very nervous about him sort of perceiving the shot through the crudeness of the image that we were presenting, which was these sort of zebra stripe buildings that were black and white stripes in the miniature area, and then black and red stripes where we got out of the miniature area, with each stripe being a floor height, and the cars just being little blobs flying around in strings and rows. And I was really impressed with Luc when he just looked at the shots, understood what he was seeing because he knew his shots, and then started directing them. Faster, slower, no, turn more abruptly, no, don't give it so much skid, just have him turn very deliberately through that alley. And I just thought, oh my God, he gets it, and this is going to go so great.
Luc was cutting the film and we were shooting the miniatures, so it was quite hard for Luc because we often had to say, we need to know how you're going to cut that scene because we've got to build the CGI or we've got to shoot the miniature. So he often had to leap ahead and cut a scene that perhaps he didn't want to, but he had to because we had to shoot it on stage.
It's a roller coaster. You get these breakthroughs, or you think you're going along really well and you find there's some technical snafu that can just stall the completion of development for 2-3 months, and you're kind of biting your nails and you're trying to come up with other solutions, and at the end you're just like, oh my God, we pulled it off. Somehow you always pull it off.
When you start an effect, it lasts 6 to 9 months. 1 3-second big effect could last 9 months. So you are asked every single week if we are on the right track or not. So at the end of the way, the 3-second visual effect shot that you have seen for 9 months, when it's finished, you have
We'd already shot for 6 months here on the main unit. We then continued and started off to do another 6-month shoot on the miniature photography. Alongside that, they were also building the CGI work as well.
We had a great crew. I asked for Bill Neal as the visual effects DP, and he did a fantastic job. And I was able to keep him in London throughout the shoot so that he was there lighting green screens and shooting plates while Thierry Arbogast and his crew were shooting the movie. So Bill had a clear understanding of what the movie was about and then brought that back to the miniature shoot. Yeah, I think you'll find my Stetson hat walking around in the city streets if you look close enough. And, it's a fun thing to do, to just sneak little jokes in there.
For the time of when we did it in '97, I think it all holds up really well. And I think a lot of it still holds up now. So it's interesting when you go back and look. It's hard not to be your own worst critic, though.
I'm proud to see that look copied again and again in films that we've seen since.
Now when I look back to a show like Fifth Element, and I said, oh, that was easy. you know, piece of cake. Well, it wasn't like that when I went on in the beginning.
Finally, after more than 20 years from story to screen, The Fifth Element was completed in time to open the 50th Cannes Film Festival.
Now here we are.
It's the festival of festivals, and I think next to the Oscars, it's the biggest do, isn't it, out?
Never in my life seen nothing like this before. This is beautiful.
The filmmakers had insisted upon secrecy throughout production, and now, at last, they revealed their secrets to the world.
We're very proud to be part of it.
After its star-studded opening celebrations, The Fifth Element exploded onto screens around the globe, becoming the #1 movie in every single territory. The film went on to gross an astonishing $300 million worldwide, thrilling audiences of all ages.
Thank you for reminding me.
Luc Besson may have dreamt up the story while he was still a schoolboy, but he could hardly have imagined a more spectacular and successful ending to his dream than making The Fifth Element.
Very happy experience.
Incredible.
Wow. It's just amazing.
Winning the BAFTA was unbelievable.
Told you. Perfect.
No source of pride.
I love it.
It was just a really good experience.
I had a great time.
Thank you.